keep forgetting to add myself. I got to remember this. Oh, Lord. Good morning. I know it's afternoon for most of you, but it's still morning time here. It's only 11 a.m. But good morning, America. How are you? That reminds me of a song. Good morning, America. How are you? Don't you know me? I'm your native son. Yeah. So, lots of things going on. Trump's fully endorsed Jim Jordan, and he is going to Washington to emphasize this directly to the Republican Party there. And I think that that is very important. I think that him going there and standing firm next to Jim, that this could work out. However, personally, I like Jim Jordan being in charge of the Judiciary Committee, and when you take the speakership, you kind of get pulled away from your activities and what you've been doing, but we'll see what happens. So I got a few things for you guys today. We've got. I'm going to do a play of the Patriot Underground's interview with SG Anon. And then we're going to get into X-22 from yesterday evening. And then after that, I'm going to end up playing the Table of Titans from last night. A lot of interesting conversations happened on Table of Titans last night. So this is going to be a long one. So buckle up, be ready to go. And let's go ahead and get this thing started. Well, I should say hi to everybody. Susie said hi. Mariana, Fisk, hello. Leslie, good morning. Paula, Susan Snyder, Deplorable Chicken Head. I love that name. I don't, just something about that name, just tells me that you're all in. Bambi, good morning. Sharon Mercer, Alma Patriot, Vicky, Amy, Heidi, Jeremy, Jim Hoskins, always good to see you, young man. K9 man. Let's see, did I miss anybody? TG, welcome. Shawnee, hello. Dawn, good morning, good afternoon, whatever. iCats, Starfire, Murdoch Blue, Kathleen, Connie Carlo, always good to see you in the chat. And Parkside was the first one in the house this morning. Oh yeah. Carla Grant, good morning. Tammy, hello. And hopefully I haven't missed anybody, but more people are going to be joining us here. And make sure we get our welcomes and hellos in. Let everybody know that God loves them. Jesus loves them. I love them. And that you love them too. Because right now, what the world needs now is love. Sweet love. Right? You know what I'm saying? So lots of crazy things going on. The floodgates are beginning to alter. Okay? When I say alter, what I mean is this. Okay, we have been, hold on 1 second here. What's this? I hope I say this name right. Irian? I hope I say that right. Hello, Ireland. Welcome. And this is just seeing that there makes my point. A lot of times other countries are going to come to us for the truth news of what's going on in their country. Hey, Care. And as we can kind of go to like Sky News Australia, I don't know if you guys have been watching lately, but they've been banging out some videos showing the liberal media mess ups. And they have a series called Lefties Losing It, and I just think it's friggin' to die for. I always get a lot of really, really good laughs out of them. However, I don't play too much of their stuff because of the fact that, copyright and everything else. So, which is extremely disappointing that we even have to deal with that, You know, it used to be a time that you could take any piece of music, any clip of news, use it, and nobody would hassle you about it whatsoever. But since the lefties took over control of YouTube and many other platforms, they have censored us down to almost, silence, but guess what? We just make more channels. We keep coming. We ain't leaving the battlefield. That's just the way it goes. If they can't handle it, that's their own problem, not mine. Okay. All right. So what we want to do is we want to jump into getting this first interview done. And again, this is Patriot Underground and SG and On. Okay. Hey, New Song, how you doing? Auntie Wells, always great to see you. I don't think I missed anybody, unless it's just somebody who hasn't typed in and said hello to us yet. So those of you joining us and not speaking, hey, you're welcome. We'd love to have everybody here. We love to have everybody participating. It's super important to get as much information and as much learning out there as we possibly can. Good morning, Slow Country. Good morning, John Mayberry. Look at that. See, it's afternoon for you guys. I know. I did see a comment up here. Let's see. Where was it? Somebody was talking about their husband. Here we go. UAW president is set to speak in a few minutes. Also, hoping and praying my husband's plant is not the next to be called to go on strike. Okay, this is one of the things that I've actually been having some conversation with some friends about this over the last few days. They work in the auto industry as well, but being forced to make these electric cars, they're not into it whatsoever. They're not economical in any way, shape, or form. They're not affordable for most Americans. Okay. And the damage that these batteries do, and if you think about it, what it takes in order to make a battery of that type, the economic or ecological damage that they do, never mind the economical damage that will be done. Okay. And then it's like, if you're not putting a gas generator on the back of your car and plugging it in and driving, that's the only way you're going to get more than like 70 to 150 miles. It'd be pretty much it. And even then, can the vehicle charge while you're rolling down the road? You just never know. Right. I pray your husband doesn't have to deal with this strike as well, but the fact of the matter is that the only way that we are going to get control of this country is by stepping up and really, really, standing up for what's right. They say we're going to be out of fossil fuels, that it came from dinosaurs. These guys don't know jack about what the hell they're talking about. Okay. They got a bunch of lobbyists whispering in their ear. Take it outside. Whispering in their ear, running their pie holes, and just giving so much disinformation. It's ridiculous. And this is the thing is, they made it into law that they can lie to you all they want. The government can lie to you anytime that they want. But hey, what happened? There goes my train of thought. They can lie to you all they want, but if you lie to them, oh man, you're going to prison. You're going to prison, right? So why do we have to deal with this? Why do we got to deal with this? No puppies yet. No puppies yet. But she's definitely in labor, and she's definitely a pain in my butt. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Okay, let's get this thing started. Let's get SD Anon up here and fire this puppy up. Here we go.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Patriot Underground. Today is October 5th, 2023. Thank you so much for joining me, folks, to discover the truth beneath the surface. I really do appreciate everybody out there taking the time to listen. So tonight I have the pleasure of welcoming my friend SG Anon back to the show. I'm very excited about this conversation because there is just so much going on right now on so many different fronts. We're going to get into all of it. So it's great to have you back, SG. Thanks for taking the time. How have you been?
Good, my friend. Thanks for having me back. I always love our discussions.
I do as well. Really exciting to have this conversation. So I thought maybe we could begin tonight by getting your thoughts on all the recent drama that we've seen since Matt Gaetz led the charge to remove Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. And since then, we've seen both Steve Scalise and then Jim Jordan officially step forward. And then we got the bombshell news that Trump is not only open to the idea, but is now actively traveling to DC for the vote, which has the entire Patriot community salivating right now for obvious reasons. And of course, this is a concept that's been discussed in the past, the idea of Trump becoming Speaker of the House. But I think a lot of people out there dismissed it as a possibility, perhaps when McCarthy was actually voted in, which once again strangely coincided with the Q drops in terms of the amount of votes that it would take to secure his position. And the delta, I believe, was 5 years to the day that it actually happened. Future proves past once again. But now that we've seen McCarthy's removal and Trump has officially become part of the equation, this raises a whole bunch of possibilities that I wanted to get your take on. So I thought we could start there tonight. What is your assessment of all this maneuvering that's happening right now, and where do you think it leads?
You know, you're asking the question that's on everybody's lips right now. And that's one of the things I like about our conversations, Patriot, is that whenever we get together, we talk about the things that are sort of leading edge right here at the moment, right? And that's exactly what we've got going on with this McCarthy situation. I think we need to back up a little bit before I answer the question directly and appreciate the context of a longitudinal military continuity of government operation. The United States government optically has functioned just as it ever would and just as it always has since November of 2016, going all the way back to Trump's first election win. It is worth noting that the federal continuity directives, which were later implemented during the Trump presidency, were finalized 3 days prior to President Trump taking office. In other words, this was the plan all along. As we moved into the Trump presidency, we devolved the government. We instituted regulatory rollbacks. We refunded the military. We did all of those things, right? And then we put into a situation 2019, 2020, into the 2021 period post-Trump publicly, where those measures were sort of implemented. Now, the reason I bring this up is because it's important to understand that this is a larger scale operation. The United States Congress, for lack of a better term, has been essentially playing a part for a grand majority of this. You have individuals within the Congress who have been contacted, and many who have not, but a lot who have been contacted and were contacted after the vote on January the 6th of 2021, which confirmed an insurrection and installed a Manchurian government. And that was the catastrophic subversion, if you will, of the United States checks and balances on its own federal government protection. And so now what we have are a number of things being played out as we look through the legal process over the last couple of years, a tremendous number of legal victories and rollbacks, even without progress on the election fraud space, which we're going to get into in just a minute with the answer to this question. We've got a tremendous momentum in the Patriot community and in the United States as a whole to reshape the system and to utilize the courts and the judiciaries, if they were uncompromised, to restore balance and order to the system in a lawful and due process sort of way. So this ousting of the Speaker McCarthy, I'm glad you highlighted that this was part of an operation in the beginning, because it's part of an operation in the end as well. We have the Democrats sort of voting on Democrat lines, right? We had a number of Republicans cross the aisle to go with Gaetz and remove McCarthy, which was an historic event. But what has it done? It has paralyzed funding to Ukraine. That secret backdoor deal, right, is now no longer going to take place. We have much more infighting and drama being highlighted in the U.S. government, which sort of neuters it as it pertains to the rest of the world, right? And being able to evaluate the effectiveness of our government to respond to situations. The other thing that it does is it opens up the possibility that President Trump could be the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and after a relatively straightforward process where, excuse me, I think you could have a House investigative committee or a number of them sort of impaneled in the months leading up to what are going to start the Trump trials beginning early next spring, right? March the 4th, I think the, excuse me, symbolic day for that. You could have a lot of very exciting things. Now, your question was, what do you make of this and where do I think it leads? Because it is a counterintelligence warfare operation, things are fluid and things are event driven and plans do change. Strategies have to be altered with the layout of the battlefield and the quickest route to victory. And we know that these individuals on the other side have done everything humanly possible to obfuscate and stonewall the march to victory for any we the people individual, be that at the court level or the level of government or really even in business and finance, right, and law. So what we've got going on, I think, with the House of Representatives is a setup to utilize the leverage of the constitutional levers of power to bring to heel a Manchurian government. I think what's happening here for the first time ever in American history, maybe human history, but certainly American history, is that we are codifying into our case law precedent. We're codifying into our records for future generations. And I think it's going to go to the Supreme Court before it's over. How do we legally respond to an attempted overthrow of the United States government? And that's exactly what we have going on en masse, right? At multiple levels. This isn't just a federal government level. You had a number of states governors who were highlighted by Mike Pompeo in 2018 as having taken Chinese money. And Pompeo reminded the governors in the room that we know which of you took Chinese money. China knows as well. You should probably be aware that we know. And so, in this process, we have a captured operation. And how do we respond legally to that? And how do we build out a strategy that gets the root cause of the issue? Of course, the root cause of the issue, I think, is contract fraud more than anything else. The Constitution of the United States of America is a contractual document. It's an agreement between the sovereign soul, the spirit of the living being, and the social compact, if you will, the social constructs and compact that emanate from government, which is essentially an organized form of control and a necessary evil. And so you have a contract that is melded between the two parties, right? The need for the evil in order to maintain an organized society, but a contract that limits it to the greatest extent possible and empowers and enhances the living soul, the human being, to do the things that they wish to do, right, legally within some form of order that allows for everyone to get along. And it also provides a redress for everyone if they have an issue. And so this is a redress at the highest level. I think it would be incredible. This is just speculation, hypothesis, but I think it would be incredible for President Trump to end up as a short-term Speaker of the House and kick off a lot of congressional investigations in the House of Representatives to inform the impeachment inquiry. And then if he were to either bow out of the speakership or maintain the speakership through next year, I think what you would see, and that could go two different directions, but I think what you're going to see either way, no matter how it goes, is the involvement of the 25th Amendment, probably coming from Kamala to try and save her own skin. Biden, I think, is gone anyway. I think they're going to vote to impeach Biden. And I think the 25th is going to get called on him before the impeachment can even happen. I think he's actually going to get exited that way. And then we're going to look at an impeachment inquiry and a birthright issue and a right to hold office issue, right, with Kamala Harris, because that's sort of a revisiting of the same problem that allowed the traitor Hussein Obama to do such colossal damage to the world. And we haven't even broached that issue yet, right? We're not even to the meat of the discussion with the deep state, which is Obama, and what happened at the behest of Obama and how Obama became sort of inaugurated into the House of Saud, where his bloodline comes from, the types of things he did on these islands and in some of these secret military bases to American service members. These are things that we don't talk about very much in the community, and this is critically important to how the world ended up in such a quite frankly, a cattywampus, messed up state. And so I think Kamala is the soft pill to begin that process, to really look at these things like citizenship, qualifications, eligibility to hold office, past history, where were you born? Because these are constitutional protections that are defined in our documents, and they've been pushed to the wayside, Patriot, quite frankly, for a very long time.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we all have believed, because Q told us, that in the end, the military is the only way. And I was one of the people, quite frankly, I was among those who was really questioning whether or not we would even see this scenario play out with Trump becoming Speaker of the House. And certainly when McCarthy got voted in, I didn't think we were going to go in this direction. So this is a very interesting turn, because obviously we've got as you mentioned, we've got the Trump trial coming up in March. And wouldn't it be interesting to see these two things running parallel, Trump launching all types of investigations while they're going after him? I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And I do think that it's going to be some sort of a 25th Amendment. I do agree with you there. Let me ask you this. I wanted to pick your brain on another very recent issue, or a topic, I should say. And that, of course, is the EAS. And obviously yesterday was the 4th. And it turned out that the FEMA test went forward without any obvious disruptions. And I have to say that was my gut feeling right from the beginning when it was announced, because I never imagined that the enemy would telegraph an attack that specifically in terms of date and time. Now, certainly we know that they have to tell us their plans in accordance with their occult beliefs, their twisted, warped religion, but they do it always in a deceptive, cloaked manner. But I didn't really think we were going to see a large scale frequency attack through the cell phones transpire according to that scheduled event. Now, certainly I know that this technology exists, and I think everybody out there in the audience who's been paying attention and been part of this journey now is very well aware. And this was in the works. And I mentioned the cabal telegraphing their plans just a moment ago. The movie The Kingsman, which I've talked about many times on my show in the past, is a perfect example of that. But here we are, and it appears that nothing major transpired yesterday. So I think that begs the question, why do you believe that there was so much anticipation and expectation surrounding this date? And what do you think's really going on behind the scenes? Because, I mean, I've speculated that perhaps the White Hats scheduled this test in order to prepare the public consciousness for what's coming. But certainly there are many other angles that perhaps I'm not seeing. So what are your thoughts on what happened, or I should say what didn't happen yesterday, and what all of this drama was all about and where it came from?
Well, I think I guess my thoughts on it are twofold. The EAS test has been, and all systems tests like that, right, has been in the works for a while. We saw the beta roll out during the Trump administration for such a time as this, right? 2018, I think, to the month, October of 2018. I think the confusion in the Patriot community, or maybe the dichotomy is a better way to put it, where you had individuals sort of on one side that were very concerned about the possibility that this was a vector for an extremely nefarious weapon, which is extremely possible because we have all the patent work, we have all the research documentation. You can go look up Dr. David Martin's, research with MCAM. It is very clear and very apparent that frequency warfare as a way to mess with or further degrade or even weaponize cellular biology and cellular matter, that's absolutely real. Now, that being said, the reason I didn't publicly take a stand on this one way or another is because I had my own personal evaluation. In my own personal evaluations, I had come to a couple of different conclusions. If it was a Black Hand operation, and if it was that vast and that expansive, then the idea that we were actually winning in the war wouldn't make any sense, which on its face flies against logic and runs perpendicular to very clear, apparent evidence that we have. We have things that are very obvious, like all of the different things with Trump's mugshot, the arrest that day, the movement of different military assets throughout the airspace. Individuals that, like, you remember Ron DeSantis when he was at the debate, one of the debates with Vivek, and looked around and then raised his hand. I mean, this is a guy that's not that stupid. Trump just came out of the United Auto Workers speech in Michigan and said, in my first term, that was what was called major disruption. And then in my second term, and then he kind of looks around the room and everything goes really like so quiet you could hear a pin drop. And he looks around and he says, well, I guess we're kind of seeing it right now. Nobody wanted this, Mm-hmm. So we have bona fide confirmation that there are things at play. And then yet we also have, I think, cause for concern in some regards. But in my own, research into that topic, I couldn't find anything to corroborate one side or the other empirically. And I ended up just deciding to break down the time frames 1420 to 1450. And if you add up 142, you get 7. And if you add up 145, you get 10, and 10 plus 7 is 17. And that was sort of where I, looked at it from my own personal lens. But again, I mean, this was something that I think patriots needed to practice their discernment for. And I think it was a fantastic exercise, quite frankly, to flex some intuitive muscle, and really, dig into how good are we at discerning and using our own judgment when we're presented with conflicting information that has evidence for concern on both sides of the aisle. Here's what I think is actually at play with the testing of emergency alert systems, and not just in the United States, but around the world. We've had 7 national emergency alert tests in the last 3 months in different nations around the world, and a couple of those nations included Russia and Japan. So what we've got going on is organized second and first world countries that are heavy power players and heavy hitters in general worldwide balance of power and geopolitical sway are preparing for some sort of emergency scenario. And they seem to be doing so in a coordinated time frame. I mean, you're talking about, again, 90 to 120 days, and you've had that many separate tests. They had tests run in the Mediterranean area, one in Western Europe, now the United States, and a couple in South America. And what's incredible about this process is that these tests, these rollouts, I think, are testing whether or not the ability for the good guys to overreach whatever infrastructure remains from what we would call the black hat actors and their communications control network. I think that's exactly what's occurring here. And I also think that's why in the United States of America yesterday, we had a number of individuals in the population report that they received a national alert. And then there were many other individuals who reported that they received a presidential alert. So it appears that we had some sort of conflicting grab for host protocol control, and being able to actually lay out a message in the digital space completely uninterrupted, right? We have to be able to blanket the entire space. And the issue is you're trying to throw a wet blanket on a space that is essentially just a bunch of hot embers and coals. So you have to be able to make it work long enough to get all of the fire out before any of those coals can burn through the blanket and set the fire off again. And I think that's exactly what we've got at play here. And I also think that's why these tests are happening in these other nations as well, because eventually some sort of simultaneous message that I think is going to involve a worldwide sort of up to the brink, if you will, situation is going to be needed. And the capability to deliver that without interruption is an absolute necessity.
Absolutely. So what you're saying is there could still be a sort of a comms war going on behind the scenes between the white hats and the black hats, and in essence, to ensure that when this moment comes, and you've talked about how this is a fluid plan and that things change in war, and I certainly am in agreement with you. But when that moment comes, there can't be any mistakes. Well, I don't even know if that's the right way to say it. There can't be any interruptions. This has to be something that they can completely control the communication waves, and not just here in America, but all over the world. And so we see the synchronicity of all these tests that are happening right around the same time. It's certainly, I can't remember, because the naysayers out there will tell you, oh, they're always testing the EAS and they're always testing this and that. I can't remember a time when as you pointed out, when we've seen so many of these in such a short period of time, and with everything, of course, with the overlay of everything that's happening in the world right now and everything that we know is coming, certainly it points in that direction. Now, do you think, and I just one more quick question on the EAS and then we'll move on. Do you think that when that moment comes, we're going to get sort of a precursor type of a message, almost like, hey, get to a safe place by whatever time, just to kind of get people off the streets? Or do you think it's all going to come at one moment? Just how do you think it's going to play out? I know I'm kind of putting you in the speculative arena once again, but I think probably a vast majority of the audience knows that. And when we're speculating, certainly we're not certain, but curious to hear your thoughts of when that moment actually arrives. Do you think we're going to get sort of a precursor message? How do you think it's going to play out?
It's difficult to say. When I envision this happening, I think of a couple of different things. President Trump has highlighted that this is a conflict that is happening now with the United States of America that is worse than any conflict we've ever had before. And of course, the awakened patriot community out there with the proper perspective at this point, having researched vigorously for 3+ years, and many of us out there for much longer, excuse me, a lot of us are aware of that. But when we talk about conflicts, World War II, sort of the the litmus test, if you will, for the American military muscle, right? And that's the iconic war that everyone sort of goes back to. It's the biggest war in recent memory. We still have some veterans left over from that generation, but we are losing them very quickly. But we do still have some holdovers. We've got the Vietnam War, which didn't necessarily generate an emergency alert per se, but brought us the Cuban Missile Crisis. And we've got China now involved in Cuba, and then could very well turn into something along those lines. Because remember, China and Russia have an agreement where they enter into a military compact with one another, should one of them be directly attacked from a large superpower, and they identified essentially NATO and North America. So I find that very fascinating. Then we've got 9/11/2001, which is the time in recent memory that most of us remember. There was a national emergency alert issued. It was issued by the New York City Police Department, I believe was the audio back from the call. There was a brief description of what had occurred that day. And then there was a message to essentially seek shelter if you were in the affected area. I think we see something along those lines. And I think we see at the conclusion of whatever initial message is sent out, further information or further details will be available in X amount of time, whether that's 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 1 day. I mean, it really just depends, right? It depends on how the situation turns. When we say that it's fluid in the sense that we're trying to siphon off through the assault on the economy and in the cyber warfare information space, the digital space, right? We're trying to siphon off the ability of this deep state hydra around the world to continue self-sustaining itself. And what makes that so difficult is unless we cut off access to fuel, food, the raw infrastructure of society, power, things of this nature, then the beast is always going to have a guaranteed source of funding. The way it's set up is it's self-fulfilling, right? If you don't want to turn the we the people component that's caught sort of in the middle of the web into cannon fodder, we have to go about this in a way that siphons off the ability of the machine to continue to self-sustain. And that includes in the warfare area, in the communications and electronic area, and any secret technologies or we'll call them next generation technologies or weaponry, things like that they may have stockpiled away in some warehouse in the side of a mountain. And that's a very real concern, right? We saw that sort of come out with Maui. I still believe that to be a retaliatory attack against Space Force, and it would just happen to also accomplish a lot of the other globalist goals with population control and land ownership and forcing the natives off of the land, right? The same fashion they've stolen land for hundreds of years. But I believe the primary motive of that was to affect the 15th Space Surveillance Squadron's ability to act essentially as the Pacific Rim perimeter defense for ICBMs and any sort of large scale aerial assault. So we've got a good basis, I think, when we talk about this EAS, for it could go a lot of different directions. There could be a lot of different information on it. The events that spawn it off, I think, will be very important as to how the message is delivered. But I think that it will probably be delivered in stages, and I think time frames are going to be listed in each stage.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's switch gears a little bit and let's talk a little bit about geopolitics. Now, over in the Russian-Ukrainian theater, I guess we can start there. We're seeing an increasingly dramatic rift between Poland and NATO, which, of course, at least on the surface, it's stemming from this war of words between Zelensky and the Polish prime minister, I don't remember his name, over a grain dispute, which amounts, in my view, to little more than a cover story, despite the real revolt. I mean, it actually is true that the Polish farmers are really pissed off over the flooding of the market with this cheap Ukrainian grain. I'm not saying that's not true, but I don't think that's, in essence, what's really going on here. But I've said all along that, in my view, eventually NATO member nations were going to move forward toward outright defection, whether by way of military coup or some sort of internal revolt by the people. And this, of course, is mirroring what we're seeing play out in Africa. Now, the nations of that great continent, they've aligned themselves with Russia for economic and military support. And so they have the ability to oust the colonialists who have been stealing their resources for centuries. And I believe it was just announced today that French military assets are withdrawing from Niger. So what do you make of all these developments on the geopolitical stage? What's your feeling on the rift between Poland and Ukraine? And how do you see it contributing to this climactic moment that we're building toward, which you really just touched upon a moment ago?
Well, you bring up a really, really interesting set of topics there. Let's take it in two parts. We'll talk about, worldwide geopolitics in one segment, and then we can focus on Eastern Europe specifically.
Okay.
Let's start with Eastern Europe. The Ukraine conflict is going to be really important coming up for a lot of different reasons. I think one of the most important reasons is that there are two primary vectors for black market weapons trafficking, arms trafficking, drug trafficking, and biological pathogen trafficking out of the Ukrainian countryside. Actually, technically there's three, but they lost the third one when Russia overtook Crimea, I believe in 2014, 2015. So out of Ukraine, you have the Romania-Moldovan corridor that heads down towards the Balkans and the Aegean Sea, and then down into the Mediterranean. You can also dovetail in the other direction and go down through Istanbul and what was Constantinople of old, right? And then you're into the Middle East. That's a trafficking corridor for a lot of this. The other corridor primarily comes up through the Ukrainian countryside in the northwest, through Poland, and then up through the Baltic states. And out of Europe that way, or up to Finland, and then out of Europe vis-a-vis the Baltic Sea. It can also sometimes go from Poland across northern Germany and then out Denmark. So what you're talking about here, when we're talking about saber rattling with Poland, it's also worth noting that Romania has been saber rattling with Ukraine as well. No one's really talking about it a whole lot, but there have been a couple of Ukrainian drones that have been shot down in Romanian airspace. And the Romanians are sort of, coming to the stage as having a big problem with this, believing that there's some sort of incitation going on or some sort of greater message, right? Recently, a Russian drone reached the Romanian border, which I also think was a message from Russia, sort of to the same effect. So the Romanian and Polish governments, which sort of border Ukraine in these corridor areas and act as first dumping grounds, if you will, for movement of these things, are now having a big problem with Kiev, and we have to wonder, why is that? In my estimation, I think the reason for that is because Kiev has provided no return on investment. There has been no safety and security provided as a result of this conflict with Russia, because these governments and other governments in Europe are aware of the types of activities that have been going on in Ukraine and in other former Soviet states as well. When we say former Soviet, we're talking about the Soviet bloc from the 80s and early 90s. And so the Ukrainians have a lot of dirt on these individuals that have been trafficking all manner of things in and out of there and money laundering themselves, all of the way back to the Stone Age. They have the largest money laundering operation happening in the world right now is going through Ukraine, or certainly one of the largest, top three without question. And so those individuals in Kiev, all of the oligarchs in the Kiev government, not just Zelensky, but the government bureaucracy in the background, much like the United States bureaucracy, they have all of the dirt on a lot of these ministers, staffers, deputy ministers, assistants, regional coordinators, etc., from these NATO member states that have been participating in some pretty deep crime. And now we have individuals in those member states that are, realizing that the likely outcome here, without some sort of large-scale intervention, is Russia's obtaining that information and then announcing it to the world and incriminating them. And so I think that what we're looking at, quite frankly, Patriot, is a NATO defensive save face operation launched against Ukraine. I think the setup is coming for some sort of Ukrainian provocative event where the NATO countries will, or certainly one of the NATO countries will, claim that this has happened with Ukraine and will attempt to go in on their own. And I think that's going to put kinetic conflict directly between Russia and NATO forces.
Wow. Well, that would be interesting. My goodness. All right. If we had more time, I'd dig into that a little bit more, but I want to get your views on as many things as I can while I have you. So let's switch gears a little bit. Now, we talked about the Pacific Rim. You talked about the Pacific Rim briefly. I wanted to get into that in a little bit more detail. Now, in the past, you and I have discussed the problem areas there, at least some of the major ones, like obviously the reunification of Taiwan with mainland China, the reunification of the Korean Peninsula, and the ousting of the illegitimate cabal puppet Kishida in Japan. And as time has progressed, we've seen the ratcheting up of tensions on all these different fronts. And certainly we know, that there are still many biolabs and trafficking tunnels that exist underneath Taiwan that need to be dealt with. And I've long suspected that North Korea is going to play a central role in this upcoming scare necessary event that Q famously warned us about. And we've also seen Japan openly threatened reportedly by China with nuclear weapons, in the event that they intercede or interfere with any military operations against Taiwan. And obviously, they've been running military drills encircling the island now for quite some time. And I don't think they're doing that for no reason. Now, obviously, we can talk about that a little bit, but clearly there are different perspectives on how all of this is going to play out. And I want to get yours, but it seems to me that we're moving very much in the direction of seeing kinetic action in this part of the world, in the Pacific. And it seems to me like the only question now is what the trigger point is going to be that sets all of this in motion. Now, obviously, we know it was the Russian incursion into Ukraine that represented the beginning of the endgame operations to deplete NATO military resources, or perhaps, as you just described, it could go in multiple different ways. It could be very interesting to see these different nations turn on Ukraine like you just described. Now, I've always thought of it as a sort of wholesale defection, but I'm going to ask you about that in a little bit more detail in a moment. But in the Pacific Rim, I do believe that an invasion of Taiwan is imminent and that it's going to be the accelerant to right the wrongs in this part of the world that I just highlighted. So what are your thoughts on that? And give us your most recent assessment, I guess, and build upon a little bit about what you said in the Pacific Rim, the geopolitical restructuring that seems to be progressing toward a flashpoint, in my view, of open conflict. But I'm curious how you see it.
This is a topic I think that we haven't talked about a little bit in the Patriot community in great detail, and it's worth revisiting. The Pacific was a major component of a number of different conflicts, not just World War II, right? And we're going to see some restoration of some really serious and egregious wrongs that have occurred in this area of the world over the last couple of hundred years. The subjugation of the dynasties of China is certainly one of those. But we also have the subjugation of the rightful Korean ruling classes in both nations. We've got the theft of Japanese culture in a lot of ways, in favor for replacing it with this remarkably high-tech, ultra-modern society. And that's nothing at all to take a side culturally one way or another. I'm not suggesting that. What I'm saying is that a lot of things have been done without the consent of the people, and the people through their generations have sort of gotten accustomed to it and gone along with it to the best way possible, and preserved their own traditions and histories to the best of their abilities. Now, that being said, the Pacific, I think, is going to be spawned off by an event from North Korea. President Trump has highlighted a number of times that Kim Jong-un is a friend of his with a big red button. He's talked about Ron DeSanctimonious's incompetence as it pertains to foreign policy, and North Korea was one of those that he hit Ron really hard with a couple of times. Excuse me. We also have Q saying that North Korea's strings got cut, and that now we have essentially a player inside the field, right? An inside actor, someone who's capable of giving us a great deal of flexibility, leverage, and control, because there are so few international and diplomatic constraints left that can be imposed on North Korea, right? It's actually quite astounding how that leverage position has been played out. And so what do we have North Korea doing really over the last couple of months nonstop? They've been saber rattling with the South Koreans. They've been firing back up the sort of petty drama that happens at the armistice zone there, right? The armistice line from the war. Excuse me. They've also been test firing missiles. And so we've got missiles I think are going to be heavily involved in some of this conflict, this expansive conflict, before it's over. Russia is also bringing out large-scale, long-range, nuclear-capable missiles for testing. We've got the New York Times reporting just yesterday that it looks like they're gearing up for a nuclear test in the Arctic. We talked about that on an audio file about 3 or 4 months ago, that these tests were going to become larger and more dramatic in scale, because this was about a repositioning of a lot of military equipment throughout the world. What I think happens as a result of North Korea, I think you're going to see North Korea strike South Korea, and then I think that's going to spawn off a conflict between the Chinese-backed North Koreans, bringing China into the fight militarily, the United States, black hat actors, if you want to call it that, or anything remaining in the U.S. Pacific assets that are not loyal to the cause, if you will, loyal to we the people, and the Japanese government. And I think that's going to be the vector by which we drop a lot of the traitors and problem actors, if you will, in the governments of some of these nations on what would be our side of the coin in this hypothetical conflict, because President Xi is already doing that within his own government, and I think he's doing that in preparation for conflicts, or excuse me, an expansion of conflict later. Just recently, Xi sacked his defense minister and over 200 personnel from the PLA's rocket division. And so this was a space-based division, or a space-oriented division of the Chinese military that's very, very important. And they just launched a mission about 3 weeks ago that no one has been able to get a peep out of anyone in or out of China about what it was about. And so these times that we're living, I think, are symbolic in a number of ways. We are righting a lot of these wrongs that have occurred, but we're doing so in a fashion that ruins their legacy for history. It totally exposes how they manipulate the different levers of power, from military to research to academia to big finance and government, and the incestuous relationship with the private and public sector in areas that lead to these sorts of events, right? When we talk about black hat actors in any naval arena, we're not really talking about enlisted personnel, and we're not really talking about most, 80+% of all of the flag officers and brass either. We're talking about the 20% of individuals who also are enormous stockholders in private corporations like Raytheon and Northrop Grumman. And so we have a large amount of exposure that occurs, in this process, and we still get a chance to return some of the territorial and generational wrongs that have been committed. That's exactly what we're seeing right now in Eastern Europe. It's what we're seeing right now in Africa. It's what we're seeing in the Middle East with the formation of this Arab League, and the Palestinian Authority is now on the lips of at least a couple of different governments. There's good evidence to show that the earthquake that occurred in Morocco, for example, may have been related to the Moroccan government's formal stance on the Palestinian Authority versus the government of Israel, and the types of conversations that those two entities needed to be engaging in. That earthquake happened just a couple of days after those statements, as a matter of fact. Was absolutely quite a devastating event. And so we're looking at, I guess the reason I'm bringing that up is to highlight that we're looking at political power change happening in all areas of the world, and individuals in their respective governments are coming out to the forefront now that the chains of the U.S. military, industrial, and financial complex have been sort of cut off or curtailed to a great degree. They're now coming to the forefront and sort of saying how they really feel. And that's part of the healing, I think, of humanity overall. We have countries around this world, Patriot, that have been enslaved to this cabal and have never had control of their own land for hundreds and hundreds of years. I mean, you're talking about generations of slaves, some of which were aware of their slavery, but many of them not even aware, because they were just too busy attempting to maintain the basic necessities of life all of the time. So for the first time, a lot of these countries around the world are being cut away from the English crown, and they're being given true self-determination. And the expansion of conflict in the Pacific, the coming conflict, in the Middle East and in North Africa, specifically Northeast Africa, all of that is going to sort of, I think, inform a return to we the people sovereignty in all of our respected areas in an appropriate fashion.
Absolutely. Well, you briefly mentioned the Middle East there, and I was very curious to get your take, because that's, you talked about the coming conflict there. So I guess I can just be very direct. I mean, can you explain how you think the Middle East is going to play out? Because you've war gamed the Pacific brilliantly. I'm curious to hear how you think what you think the coming conflict in the Middle East is going to look like.
Quite frankly, I think the coming conflict in the Middle East is spawned off primarily by Israel claiming defensive actions and going into Syria and forcing the Russians then into the conflict, because the Russians have sort of a loose military compact with Syria. It's not bona fide, and there's a lot of exceptions to it, but it's sort of a loose agreement that if Russian interests are also at stake here, and especially kinetic interests, on the ground at Syrian air bases and different resource fields and depots and things like that, that they will step in on the side of the current Syrian government. We know that Iran is also sort of pursuing right now diplomatically similar ties with Syria, and they also are actively engaged in military cooperation with the Ministry of Defense for Russia. Additionally, Iran and Saudi Arabia are attempting to normalize relations to the greatest degree possible. There's a lot of differences that are being put aside by the respective leaders of these nations so that they can try and find enough common ground to work together towards what they believe to be an ancient evil that's there in the Middle East, which of course ties back to the Mossad and the control of different, well, you could call other sentient beings that have been interbreeding with mankind for thousands of years right under our noses. Egypt is going to be a part of that emerging coalition as well. And then we've actually got a negotiation, or that we did have a negotiation recently between Saudi Arabia and someone in Washington, D.C., and I forget the name of the individual that was taking part in those negotiations, that was attempting to balance U.S. interests with the interests of Israel and Saudi Arabia in a three-way triad, right? Which, if you look at that in a military stratagem lens, if you sort of get an agreement with one party and you get an agreement with this other party who could end up conflicting with you later, or in a contentious dynamic with you later, but that party also has an agreement with the same party you do, then this other party, which in this discussion would be the United States, would sort of have a forced neutrality that would be difficult to overcome, right? In the initial first stages, it's a great way to set up a failure to start. And so what I believe to come in the Middle East, quite frankly, is that Israel is going to go into Syria. We're going to see an expansion of those conflicts to quickly include what amounts to an Arab coalition against the Israeli state. And you could see, Israel head down into Gaza and attempt to go into Egypt and get control of the Nile River Delta. And I think that's a very big possibility as well. I know that's a little bit of a run for the Israeli military, but the Negev Desert and the Sinai are pretty expansive, and there's a lot of history and a lot of artifacts down there that they would absolutely love to get their paws on. And that ties back to what's going on in the Middle East as well, right? This is, in the Middle East area of the world, especially, but all around the rest of the world. If one side can achieve a goal that is more than just a military victory on the battlefield, if they can achieve control of the digital space, or if they can achieve repatriation of a very valuable or historic priceless artifact for humanity, or some component of mankind's history back into their control, regardless of which side you're talking about, they're going to take those operations versus just the straight military victories. So it's kind of difficult to war game this area, but it's absolutely, I think, in the pattern that we've seen, and if we look at history as well, the historic pattern, it's going to begin with some sort of defensive claim from Israel that becomes a much larger conflict.
Well, I'll tell you, you war game it with the best of them, SG. But as you were talking, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, this sounds like everything that we're discussing tonight. I mean, we've obviously had the Russian and Ukraine war going on now for quite some time, but when this expands and the Pacific gets set off, and whatever that trigger there's that sets off the Middle East, it sounds to me like World War III. And I think, I kind of was curious. I mean, is that what this is going to feel like? I mean, is that the way this is going to be characterized? Because the way that I've always viewed this playing out was that we were going to have these regional kinetic military operations that had to happen, but that we weren't going to see a worldwide conflagration. We weren't going to see World War III actually come to pass. But it seems like what we're discussing is going to, it sounds an awful lot like World War III to me. So what do you think about that? I mean, do you think that that's ultimately where we're headed, or is it going to be more limited in scope and not in the same way that World War I and II dragged on for years? I mean, is that what we're headed for? Or do you think you see this resolving much more quickly? Because I think all of us have really been, of course, hoping and praying and really genuinely believing that we're very close to the finish line. So what are your thoughts on that?
I guess my thoughts on that, first off, I want to say I don't see this going nearly as far as the previous two world wars, because we're not trying to repeat the history, right? We're trying to sort of alter and change the implication of some of that history and the imprint that some of that history has made here in the world, right? I guess my answer to the question would be President Trump continues to highlight, I will prevent World War III. He uses this term at almost every speech, every rally, every public engagement he goes to. And so sort of the reverse logic of that, if we walk that back a little bit, is if he's using this as a campaign term, I will prevent World War III. But if he's going to prevent something like that, it has to be something that the general public is aware of as either a very serious possibility or is actively beginning to try and start, right? And we're obviously not quite to that point yet, because we've got a lot of individuals out there um, who are well-meaning, and I think if they could disconnect themselves from some of the lamestream media prostitutes, they could really get to a better point very quickly, patriotically. But there's a lot of people out there that still think the Ukraine war is some sort of warped, justified conflict, that we're somehow preserving the little guy and bolstering, the American spirit, right? Even with some of the claims that have come out with the war, I think everyone's sort of universally united in the idea that it's a waste of American money and that American money shouldn't be there. But we still have a lot of people that feel like the war itself, at a moral value, at a moral level, is justified. And so if we're looking at preventing World War III, well, nobody wants World War III, and we all sort of know that. But in order to prevent World War III, we would need to arrive at a point where the public was, at minimum, extremely concerned that World War III was going to happen as sort of an imminent event. And I think at most we would be beginning to see the initial saber rattling and the initial sort of gloves flying in one direction or the other that would lead to such a conflict. And a conflict in the Middle East would sort of create a worldwide war scenario, because you have China that has military arms deals with Egypt and Saudi Arabia right now, and is negotiating a number of the same for northern African countries. So the Chinese interests, and especially the Chinese military from an equipment basis, would be heavily involved in any sort of conflict like that. And China is already aware of and knows that a conflict is coming in the Pacific, because they've been shipping assets to the coastal cities down there just across the straits from Taiwan for a number of weeks now. I mean, the docks are absolutely full. What photos you can find online, there's not a whole lot, but the ones that you can, I mean, the docks are just littered with Chinese military equipment, boxes and pallets that are, the typical like World War II style, nailed together in wood pallets and crates, and they're preparing for an expanded conflict. So I think when Trump says, "I will prevent World War III," what he's saying is, I'm going to be able to come in at a time in some form or fashion where some conflict or series of conflicts around the world is threatening to congeal and expand to what amounts to a nuclear war. He keeps using that word as well. But I do think that we drive all of the way up to the precipice with that. And how far we go as far as the precipice is concerned, I think that's anyone's game and anyone's guess. I still believe that at some point along the way, and it could be the impetus for a true military intervention here in the United States, I think that we're going to see some sort of activation of the People's Liberation Army here in the form of maybe a Red Dawn style event or a Pearl Harbor style event from within, which would be the perfect way to incapacitate the US's ability to intervene if you were China and you were going to bolster North Korea in a South Korean campaign and simultaneously move into Taiwan. And these sorts of things can be accomplished in a number of hours, right? But it is a worrisome and disturbing process. And I think that's why Q says so many times, if things go dark, please know patriots are in control. We're in control. We have control of key sectors, key initiatives, important components of the game board that make it impossible for these people to win, but we still have to shake them out of the tree.
Wow, a Red Dawn scenario. So you think that I'm sorry, I just focused in on that really quickly because I was thinking, I mean, you said so many things that I could comment on, but wouldn't that bring us really into a civil war type of situation? If something like that were to happen, where you had, because this is something, I'm glad you mentioned it, because we know that there have been massive amounts of military-aged Asian men who have been crossing the border for quite some time now, and they've amassed God knows how many troops where they're keeping them apparently underground, is what I've heard, is they're in essence waiting on orders to do something similar to what you just described. But to me, again, this in some ways, to me, seems like it would be a direct avenue to get the people, because obviously there's how many million guns in the hands of we the people directly involved in a military engagement with the enemy. And how do you put the toothpaste back in the tube at that point? Or do you think because I personally, I don't think you can. Once certain lines are crossed, I don't really think you can draw it back unless, of course, I could be wrong, obviously, in the military, or the flip side of the coin is could it be another precipice type of a situation where the military steps in immediately? Because obviously, if that happens and the Chinese launch an assault on the American people on American soil directly, kinetically with soldiers, I mean, that's going to get people off the couch real quick, if you know what I'm saying. So what do you think of that? What do you think of that assessment? Do you think it would play out that way, or do you think that I'm overstating it?
I think maybe we're overstating prematurely right now, because it is sort of a hypothetical situation, but one that's possible nonetheless. I will say this: if you're looking for a way to catalyze people into being okay with the U.S. National Guard stepping into community situations and sort of taking control for a short period of time, that would absolutely be a situation where I can't imagine anyone from any political side anywhere in the United States having a problem with it. The United States of America has never been openly invaded by a mass power, except for just a couple of times, right? The American Revolution, then we saw sort of a repeat with the War of 1812, and then very, very briefly in World War II and the Korean War, we had assets from Japan and Asia get into the Aleutian Islands and into the western coast areas. But as far as a true invasionary force and a compromise to our security as human beings, that's never really occurred in America, certainly for a number of generations. And so what's something that Q talks a lot about? Q talks about the border a lot. Q talks about California specifically, which is known to import just about any criminal and any cartel asset that you could possibly imagine with very little repercussions. Q talks about Arizona a lot, which is a trafficking pathway for a number of coyotes, and the dirt out there is really nice and rock hard, so you can transport heavy equipment and large shipments of things. And you do it, through the desert, which is relatively difficult to track unless you're a military power, right? Unless you have the ability to mass surveil at high level. And a lot of the civilian law enforcement in those areas just do not have those capabilities. So, I think that when we talk about a possible Red Dawn style scenario and catalyzing people, I think it's more, rather than Chinese soldiers coming out per se, I think it's more of an espionage style assault on our law enforcement institutions, quite frankly. We're already seeing the sort of the blue taken to task, if you will, by this deep state mob over the last 6 to 7 years, really the entire time of the Trump presidency. And I think that is going to continue. Now, how it plays out, again, Patriot, this is so speculative that I couldn't say. But I can say that a critical national emergency is going to be necessary if you're going to stick National Guard troops that are, from the U.S. Army and the U.S. Air Force and different reserve component divisions out into the streets and tell Americans that they need to go home. Americans don't like being told what to do. We're very stubborn. It's one of our greatest, strengths, but it's one of our greatest weaknesses as well. And it sort of provides an Achilles heel, if you will, for an operation like this, where we need the public to sort of be trusting and not so stubborn, right, for once. So going through the process, I don't feel qualified to flesh it out and say, but I can say that with President Xi coming out and stating, excuse me, recently, I think it was just a handful of weeks ago, that the future, this is his words, the future and destiny of mankind rests on whether or not the people of the United States and the people of China can learn to live together peacefully and properly. I think that's a harbinger. I think that statement is code for, because it's about to get tested. And so we all need to sort of learn to love one another because it's part of the process. I really think that's what Xi was telling us. Now, how that plays out, my friend, I don't know as I'm qualified to answer, but I think the scenario is one to consider. And I think China has a vested interest in disempowering Biden Inc. and the ability of what remains of a bankrupt U.S. corporation to respond militarily or otherwise to any power plays that they make in the Pacific.
Absolutely. Well, let's switch gears a little bit here, and let's talk a little bit about the financial side of things. Now, very clearly, it couldn't be more obvious to everyone that the financial system is in trouble, bare minimum. in my view, it's crumbling, and I think you probably would agree. And it's only a matter of time until the wheels come off and it all comes crashing down in what I believe to be a controlled demolition. I believe you probably would agree with me on that. But there's certainly no denying that the rest of the world has recognized the toxicity of this Babylonian debt matrix. And as we see with the BRICS alliance, they're leading the charge to de-dollarize by rolling out gold-backed currency, which I happen to believe is the covert introduction of GESARA. And so as we get closer to this inevitability, it's increasing the sense of urgency in the awakened to be as prepared as possible for this transition. So when this moment happens, again, we're kind of going into speculative mode. But again, I mean, even when I ask you to speculate, you always give great intel. And certainly your opinions are worth hearing because they're so well researched, but it's still speculation. But describe how you envision us transitioning from the EAS into the full rollout of NESARA and GESARA, or we could kind of scale it back a little bit if you want to just kind of talk about what you see happening in the financial world that's ultimately leading us in that direction. But I'm curious, how do we get there, and how far away really do you think we are from seeing this house of cards come crumbling down? How much longer can the Fed prop itself up? I dished a lot of questions. I'm sorry.
Not a problem, my friend. It's a difficult subject because it has so many different feeler arms and off branches and tributaries that are important, and I think they're important components to an overall consideration anyway. When we look at what happens in the financial sector, I think we all know that the North American and Western markets are going to continue to retract and recede, as we move the Hydra out of the rest of the world. We're seeing that process very actively done right now in Africa. Some of those governments are, their militaries are outright throwing coups and kicking out the central banks and anyone related to the central banking model and any Washington, D.C. backed interests. And then you have other nations down there that aren't taking such bold action, but they're attempting to disconnect, or at the very least divest from the US dollar and any sort of Washington, D.C. and NATO-backed aid to include financial and military in exchange for doing that with Russia instead. And Russia is offering them competitive deals, right? Part of this is negotiating at the business table, and the Russians have agreed to a number of different provisions about exports of their own grain, their own fuel, military protection, and sort of cooperation agreements and things like that. So de-dollarization is something that is inevitable in this process. And that's going to affect, of course, the European Union, the European currencies, because a lot of them tied to the same central banking model, right? UBS just purchased Credit Suisse and actually succeeded through with that process. And UBS has already had its reputation curtailed by Moody's once in this process, just in the last 6 months. So this is a time where the central banking model is being rejected around the world, and there is no military muscle. There's no bouncer in the back of the room to force your acceptance of that model. And so naturally, because people are being given the choice, they're choosing the better of the available options at hand. Now, how does that translate to an EAS? Again, I think for an EAS, we need a very significant event. I think it's possible we see a reattempt at the 9/11 playbook, right? That was an event that was done over a number of weeks, planned for a number of weeks, and coordinated and executed and done to prevent the changeover to a new financial law, a law that the U.S. Congress had lawfully passed and that was going to come into effect and had a number of different line items and bullet points that were extremely important. But I think we see a possible reattempt at that, but I don't think we see that until we've seen a number of other nations out there, to include Russia and China and all of the world's big economies outside of Western Europe and North America. I think we see them iron out internal agreements for their own security and their own peace of mind before they begin attempting to replace the agreements out there with the United States, right? And in that process, the peoples of the United States are being asked to shoulder quite the burden. Because you are talking about inflation scenarios at large levels, potentially even larger than we have now for a short time. You're talking about, the valuation of goods going up relative to the cost of living. And so, when we look at these these types of things, we have to remember that this has to be part of the process to get everyone disconnected from the snake. And we live with the snake. So we can't kill the snake until we make sure that everyone's outside of it. Else we end up with the problem of the snake sort of reinventing itself like a phoenix in another area of the world. And that's just not a risk I think that any of us want to take if we look at what this power structure has been able to do to humanity through their control of the money since at least the 1750s. And I think the war in the Pacific that we were talking a moment ago is going to be part and party to really taking the North American markets for a loop. China is one of the largest holders of U.S. Treasury debt, and we know that. And a lot of people are well aware of that. Everything's made in China, so they have to be holding us by something, right? But what a lot of people don't know is Japan is one of the largest holders of the U.S.'s commercial sector debt. And the commercial sector is being absolutely trounced right now. And we don't even have the Japanese markets affected by some sort of active conflict. So if that were to spawn off, you could see a collapse very quickly of the U.S. real estate debt market in a 2008 on steroids style event. And these things could, again, Patriot, they could tie together and be over very quickly, right? It doesn't, just because we're describing these world-changing events, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to take weeks. 9/11 was one day. And then the ensuing month after that, right? The ensuing month after that really changed the landscape of what it meant to be an American forever. We're only now getting to the point of arresting that process and changing it back. So the financial component is difficult, I think, for a lot of people to hear. But in the long run, it becomes very exciting because you open up the ability for free and fair trade and free and fair valuation of everything on an asset-backed standard that provides real value where you cannot get ripped off, or you certainly can't be ripped off as easily. And that has traditionally, throughout history, corresponded to an extraordinary rise in wages relative to the cost of living in whatever civilization that you're referring to when you talk about returning to a precious metal standard. So it's a very exciting time, I think, for a patriot, but it's not going to be without its trial by fire before it's all over.
Absolutely. Brilliant answer. All right, let's switch gears. I know I've got about 10 minutes left here, so I want to hit a couple of more subjects and then I'll let you go. So I remember a while back, you took a lot of heat talking about the potential for another Plandemic rollout. And if I'm being honest, my first reaction upon hearing that was anger over the prospect of having to go through that nightmare again. But as time has gone on, it looks increasingly like this card is going to get played with the same timing that we saw going into the 2020 election cycle. And what I find interesting is that it appears as if they're going with COVID part 2 instead of rolling out some other pathogen. I remember you did files, you talked about Marburg as a possibility, and you referenced a whole bunch of articles, but they haven't gone in that direction, which suggests to me white hat control behind the scenes, because the carbon copy similarities between what we all went through in 2020 and what's being geared up for right now, at least on the surface, that's the way it looks, seem to me to evidence an effort to amplify cognitive dissonance amongst the population. And that's a subject that we've talked about many times, consistent with the Alliance objectives of promoting a mass awakening. So what are your thoughts on this COVID redo that they're attempting again? And do you think this is all a part of the pantomime?
What's amazing is the redo attempt with COVID. I'll be honest with you, Patriot. I didn't see COVID coming again. I really thought that these people weren't that stupid. And so you're right. That suggests that we have some sort of compulsion occurring, some sort of dance monkey, if you will, kind of scenario happening in the background. And it is sort of comical and absurd to watch. I forget the name that they used for it, BA-286, I think, and it had some other name. And the other name that they were circulating around in the media for a short time, I went and found the Latin translation of it. And if you go to the Galician Latin, it translates to penis. So, these individuals are sort of sticking it literally in our faces in ways that are sort of multidimensional in fashion. And I think that does sort of serve to highlight and amplify exactly what you described, the cognitive dissonance that remains in the population. We can be certain, I think, of a number of things. Getting people's attention in today's world involves, and especially in America, Patriot, we have to be honest with ourselves as a civilization. We love John Wayne. We love Saturday Night Live, or loved, I should say, maybe not anymore, but certainly at times past. We loved Star Wars, the drama of it, the fly by the seat of your pants, Top Gun. These are incredible, sort of iconic American films, right? And so they reflect a part of the American spirit. And part of that is the flair for the dramatic. And so the reattempt at a pandemic lockdown, I think that's something that would shake a lot of people in a dramatic fashion. And they would go, wait a minute, what? Some sort of financial event, exactly the same situation. Wait a minute, what? These are the sorts of points that we have to get people to. And what is encouraging news is it's been extremely effective along in the journey. I have people that are commenting on Rumble channels, or Rumble videos that I've put out now, both audio files and just various talks. And they're saying that they've just woken up in the last 90 days and that they're having a hard time digesting all of this, and that it's beginning to make way too much sense. And they're looking at what's coming up with the fall and this shutdown that was just nearly averted, and Russia running nuclear drills, and their milk, continuing to cost, sky high values. And they're saying it's all coordinated, right? And so what's encouraging with that is people are realizing that it is more than just corruption. It is by design. It is a designed system of corruption. And if there is a design, it means there's a designer. And if there's a designer, it means that there's someone who stands to benefit from the design. And so we can take those individuals out. And that's sort of the backtrace of logic that's coming from all of this. I still think that we're going to see the Biden administration, or maybe even the Harris administration, if we get to that point. Again, speculatively, there we go, speaking. I think we're going to see that entity attempt to suspend the electoral process through the 1973 War Powers Act and 50 USC. I believe it's Section 1550 and 1701. We've been in a state of continuous military dictatorship here in the United States of America since September the 23rd of 2001. And we are now seeing the fruition of that process, because it's like the laws don't matter. The Constitution doesn't matter. The courts just ignore it. They decide, things based on standing, and the government has extraordinary and unfettered power with no oversight to direct the courts on what they can and cannot see through things like the state secrets privilege. So when we invoked a national emergency under 50 USC under President Bush, and the 1973 War Powers Act came into effect, which grants the president the unilateral right to declare war outside of the Congress, we've been in a state of military dictatorship for 22 years. But it couldn't be a public dictatorship because there's 185 million gun owners in the United States of America. And so a public dictatorship wouldn't last very long. But now we're seeing the fruition of this sort of come to pass, and the realization in the American population's consciousness that their government has turned on them. It's beginning to really set in for people that their government is not just ambivalent towards them, but is absolutely hostile in every way towards them. And it is spurring a change in the American spirit that I don't think has ever been seen. It was certainly at least since the Civil War, and maybe before that, Patriot. It's an uncertain time, but it's a very exciting time.
It sure is. Well, this has been an incredible conversation, SG. I'm just going to ask you one more question. Very, very simple. I know it's a simple question, but not a simple answer, but I have to ask because I started the show with a question, like you said, that was on everybody's lips. So I might as well end with it. I think it's nothing new necessarily, but do you think that we're going to see the EAS prior to November 2024?
Yes. I feel rather confident about that, actually. That time frame, from here to the end, we're in uncharted waters. We've never we've never vacated a House Speaker before, right? It's been a while since we've had a truly successful impeachment of any kind. As a matter of fact, I don't think we have a successful impeachment and removal of a president all the way from beginning to end on our record books. I think we had a couple of resignations, if my history serves me correctly. And I think that process is going to carry all of the way through before this is over, as well as the 25th Amendment. We're seeing the 14th Amendment laid out right now, and the Supreme Court just ruled that Trump cannot be excluded from the ballot on the basis of the 14th Amendment. So now we have it in case law that we can't, manipulate that vector into disallowing someone, the opportunity to run for president. But we also have these Trump trials coming up. We have the expansion of this NATO conflict, which includes the United States. We have a potential market collapse, which could coincide with an expansion of hostilities in the Pacific. We have vested U.S. military assets all around the world. We may not know all of the ones that are good and bad, but we know that a lot of them are still around the world in different nations, and they're going to have to leave because that's part of GESERA. We know that agreement will eventually come to the fold. We don't need military forward deployment in any form under that sort of worldwide peace arrangement because no one's going to be hostile, right? And war has always been a for-profit activity anyway by those who own stock in all sides of the conflict. So but as far as the EAS, I don't know how long it takes, and that's where I'm a little bit maybe less qualified to talk about this topic. I know that it could come from a number of different scenarios. We've highlighted a lot of them on this call. It could come in a number of different time frames. There's lots of symbolic time frames between October and the next summer of any given year period, right? And that doesn't even include the fact that we're missing an entire month and that the calendar is actually skewed a couple of months off. Excuse me. So that's a consideration as well as far as time frames. When we look at the timing that such a large scale overreaching military operation would set off something like a worldwide alert, I think you would want to do so by God's celestial clock and not necessarily the warped clock that these individuals stuck out there for everyone to see, which makes it very, very difficult to discuss anything regarding to time or timelines because we're not really talking with the same language, right? Or the same basic understanding of where time falls in relation to the actual season we're living in. What I think is really exciting is that Q tells us an EBS is coming. Q tells us that patriots are in control. Q tells us that there will be a moment where the people will realize that we are taking back our land from the individuals who wish to destroy it and do us harm. Q has said a number of times that this is a worldwide operation. Drain the Swamp does not mean Washington, D.C. It means everywhere. And that does take, a little bit of time. And what's really cool, I think, Patriot, is the American people, while it does have its difficulties and it presents its daily life horrors and terrors that are hard to overcome, we are refounding the republic in a way that is being done without large-scale bloodshed and without feeding the very war machine that so desperately craves money, power, and influence, right? We're sort of circumventing that in the only way possible, which is to go through the civilian levers as much as we can and change over as much of the corporate extensions into our societies that these individuals have stuck out there. And we're doing that very successfully. So this really is, while a difficult time, it is the best time I think that any of us could have chosen to be alive, because we're getting to experience the living history of the American Revolution in a more of a bureaucratic sense, if you want to call it that. Excuse me. And we're also receiving a complete education in how our Republican constitutionalism and the type of government that we really are supposed to have in the United States and elsewhere around the world actually is supposed to work. We're not a democracy. The difference between a democracy and a republic, according to the Black's Law Dictionary of 1868, I believe, is that a democracy is led by elected leaders, right? The republic is led by public servants. And so there is a difference in the legal implication, and we're learning that together, I think, as a civilization again. It's not anything new, but it is something that they were very successful at erasing from all of our history and literature and textbooks for 120 plus years. So now we're back at a point where we're being reminded of who we are, what we have, and how we can prevent this sort of scandal from ever entrapping humanity again. That's the coolest part about this to me.
Well, I got to tell you, SG, I'm just always amazed. I could chop it up with you all day long, but I know that we're out of time. I want to respect your time, and I want to thank you once again for gracing us by coming onto this platform. It's always an honor to have you. Is there anything? I mean, you've said so much tonight. Is there any final thoughts you want to leave with the audience before we part ways?
My final thoughts are that Trump is, he's getting to the point where he's trying to be painfully obvious without being obvious, that we really do have control of key sectors of the game board, that there really is more at play here. When he comes out and makes calculated errors, like what he said at the UAW speech, what he said at the Bedminster speech, how he's talking about Hillary with, she's beautiful Hillary now, and things like that. And then at one rally, he confirmed that Hillary uses doubles. You know, he's talked about Joe Biden being shot multiple times. And then we've got events like what's occurring with these court appearances where he goes into the courtroom behind closed doors for a while, comes out, essentially has his way with the press, defines the narrative moving forward. No one even really presses him on what the judge actually said or what the specifics of anything really are. And then he walks away like a badass. So at the end of the day, you know, what we're being, I think, shown is that there's more at play than what we realize, and that an important component of getting through this together is to realize that it does take all of us together. We can iron out some of the social differences later. We can iron out some of the philosophical discussions that, you know, present themselves during these times later. The important mission, I think, is to get humanity awake and aware of what's occurring and what has been occurring right under their noses and within their own bodies for a number of years now, probably all of their lives, depending on where they're located, so that we can begin the process of extracting that, or not, I shouldn't say begin because we're already underway, but so that we can continue adding momentum to, is a better way to say it, the process of extracting these mafiosos from all areas of our society, right? We've got grand juries popping up across the United States. We've got investigative committees popping up in different state legislatures. We've got a number of different election runs highlighting massive amounts of localized fraud that people in the communities in these areas are just incensed about. And they're bringing all of their might and clout to bear on these issues financially, you know, with public pressure, grassroots activism, all of these sorts of things. It's occurring all through the United States, and it's only getting bigger. Just recently, I watched a video of an interview on Fox News where a gentleman, the reporter was out there trying to get a feel, I think, for the public timbre as it pertained to some of the migrant policies that were going on in New York City. And this guy that was there, he was so angry, he was crying on television, and he was attempting to talk to this reporter, and he kept escalating his voice. And I think you could tell that even he was trying to dial it back, and he wasn't quite able to keep it together all of the time through that conversation. And he talked about the pride in the city and things like this. And I'm not using this example to highlight the negativity for it. I'm using it to highlight the fact that the American spirit is being absolutely rekindled through an unfortunate, painful process, but a process that is necessary if we're going to avoid mass levels of open bloodshed, chaos, and quite frankly, a lot of death that we don't need to add to the mix. We've already absorbed a lot of that. That's been a part of this process as well, unfortunately. And as we come to the other side, as we go through these end events into the 2024 election season, I don't think we make it all the way to 2024. President Trump himself has said that Biden's not going to make it all of the way to the gate. And he also confirmed on air with NBC that Hunter Biden's sweetheart deal was the art of the deal in action, you know, which I take to translate as continuity of government. So this is a really exciting time for everyone out there, but you have to remember where to look, and you have to believe your own lying eyes sometimes, and not the fervor or the discontent that comes from family members or friends or disjointed colleagues or individuals that are just having a hard time with the awakening process, because I think your part in this, everyone's part in this, as part of the digital army and the awakened community, is to hold this torch long enough that other people can light their matches. And so we're coming into those times now, and I think it's going to be really vindicating for a lot of Anons out there, but it's not going to be without its difficulties as well.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much once again, SG. I want to just thank everybody out there who was listening live. We had quite an audience tonight, so I thank each and every one of you for taking the time to listen. I'll be back soon with another report. And until then, God bless and Godspeed. Patriot out.
All right. That was Patriot Underground.
All right. Well, thank you so much, my friend. I really do appreciate it.
Okay. So somebody made a comment, SG Anon kind of just popped up out of nowhere. Actually, SG Anon has been around pretty much since the beginning. Just a lot of people didn't know about him. He was very, very low key. But then we had guys like Phil Godslewski and others coming out claiming to be part of the Q team and everything else. And that's when SG Anon came forward. Because he was tired of listening to all the BS coming out of these guys. And wanted to put put things into perspective and into check. And yeah, he has shown his face on a couple of different podcasts he did, just because of the fact that people were pushing, and that was when people were claiming that SG Anon was Phil Godlewski. Okay. But honestly, Phil Godlewski is, I don't even want to go into him, because to me, he's a piece of caca. And I don't want to waste my time with him, but SG Anon, he's been around for quite a while. And just a lot of people haven't seen him, hadn't heard of him. He was very, very low key. But he was definitely in on researching right from the get-go. I want to refresh this real quick to, oh, okay, cool. All right, so what I'm going to do next is we're going to hit X22 from yesterday, from early evening last night. Then we're going to hit the Table of Titans. There's actually, you can see what my playlist looks like right here. That's pretty much what you guys are going to see this afternoon. Because each of these guys all bring something different to the table, and it's important that we hear multiple perspectives and be able to research on our own and get good, clear discernment, and at the same time get some opinions of some guys who've been fighting this battle since the beginning. It's way too important, way too important. Okay, for us to get the information and then research it ourselves to verify that information, and then turn around and proceed with, hey, we're going to kick you in the ass now because we've got the upper hand. We know what's going on. We understand the level of this, and that, and so on. You know what I'm saying? So, we just don't have time to be wasting. Each of us are, all of us are going through things. As a matter of fact, you know what? Even before I do that, let me, I want to pull something up here. Auntie sent me a thing yesterday, and this is the thing. A lot of you have been awake for quite a while now. Okay. And I totally know how hard it gets to stay positive. It is really so hard to stay positive with all this crap going on. And it's like, oh my, I don't want to deal with anymore. It's pretty much, that's what Auntie's doing today. Here, let me show you that's what Auntie's doing today. Got him in the sink, getting ready to give a haircut. Oh boy, poor woman. She never gets any real time off. Okay, so let me get to this video that she sent me yesterday. And basically, and this is the thing. When she sends me something, she says, you don't have to play it for people, but it resonated with me. So I if you like it, will you play it? I really love the way her tact is on that, because then she doesn't get mad at me if I don't play it, but she appreciates being able to, and you know what I'm saying. Okay, so as soon as this finishes loading, I'm going to click on this video, and this is when you listen to it, you'll understand where I'm coming from on this. So for each of us, we kind of all deal with everything going on. Plus, we got problems with our families, trying to get them to understand what's really going on. We have a hard time with our neighbors and our communities because we see things in a totally different light than what they do, and trying to get them to come over to our side and understand the point of view that we have, the research that we've done, and verifying everything. It takes time. It takes time, and it can be extremely stressful, and our hearts break when we don't get through to people. And believe me, I know it can be extremely heartbreaking. So I'm gonna pull this up. I want you guys to see this, all right, and hear this.
This is a message for all the crazy conspiracy theorists and healers out there. To all of you who have been laughed at, abused on social media, and called insane for years, but who still stand up for what you believe in and try to get the truth out to the public. You have lost friends and family. You have been ridiculed, and yet you still speak your truth. For all the hippies, light workers, star seeds, way showers, and alternative therapists who have always felt alienated and different, but never stopped being that person who tries to offer a different perspective to things. You have learned about energy healing, about crystals, Mother Gaia, and healing therapy, while those around you laughed. You were always different and weird, and never were one for conforming. For all the sensitives and all the empaths whose heart break knowing about the human trafficking and the pedophile rings, and even worse. To the ones who woke up and realized what was going on in the world and had to have their hearts shattered into a million pieces, while everyone in their life simply thought they were losing their minds. You had to face all of that alone, and it broke your heart. But you did it, and you faced that dark night of the soul like a king and queen. For those old souls who try every single day to help humanity, who feel isolated and different, and who have lost many friends and family members in the process of waking up. To the ones who don't go out anymore, the ones who research until days have passed by, and to the ones who stood up and dared to say what nobody else would. To all of you who have dedicated your life to this ascension process, I take my hat off to each and every one of you. This process is the hardest thing anyone will ever have to do, and you had to do it first. Every single day, more and more people are waking up. And I know it's hard, and you're feeling exhausted and sometimes drained by the negative response you're getting. But I want to ask you, please stay strong, because this battle will be over soon, and the world will know what we do and why we did it. Where we go one, we go all. This time will be spoken about in history, and your efforts to awaken and heal humanity will affect not only our existence on planet Earth, but it will affect everything throughout the universe. This is a galactic event, and you have chosen this assignment before you incarnated into this timeline. You chose to be here right now. You are a divine being. Remember who you are. We got this.
Very simple message, but for those, oh man, for those that have been working their butts off and researching and trying to find every bit of truth that we can and verify the hours and hours and hours of research, everything all the way down the line, I tip my hat to you, because you stuck to your guns, you stuck to your principles, you stuck to the morals and caring for your fellow man enough to want to continue to battle for them, no matter what. That's why my shirt that says, I will fight for you until you wake up. means so much. Because I mean it. It's everything. The entire future of America and the world boils down to us succeeding. And we're going to do it. It's that simple. Okay, let's get back to our regular scheduled programming. Here we go. X22 part A and B will follow right immediately. I can't just jump from one into the other without stopping one and starting the other and all that, but we'll get it. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3180 and today's date is October 5th, 2023, and the title of the episode is The People Are Seeing the Central Bank System. Data reveals crash could hit in 2024. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Do you want to take control of your financial future, but you don't know where to start? Noble Gold Investments understand. Investing in precious metals may sound confusing, but the team at Noble Gold Investments makes it easy. Let's hear from the actual Noble Gold Investment customer. One customer said, the staff answered all my questions and helped me every step of the way. Another one said, no pressure, sales tactics, just honest guidance. Another one, secure my future is less stressful thanks to Noble Gold expertise. So don't settle for financial uncertainty. They'll suggest options and see if you can diversify into gold and silver. Right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 5-ounce silver American the Beautiful bullion coin for qualified accounts. Don't settle for financial uncertainty. Noble Gold Investments has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews. Why wait? Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, or click the link in the description. This is the only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private Western Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, every move they make to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal, is completely backfiring on them. And as they bring down the entire economic system, I don't mean just here in the United States, but around the world, what are people seeing? The people are seeing who actually is causing all of this. And the people now, they are realizing that this is not just happening naturally, but it's being done on purpose. And when you start to step back and take a look at what's really going on here, you can see that the Patriots, they are now making a move for the 2024 election, because if you know the playbook and if you know what they're going to try to do, which is bring down the economy, then you can set this up where it benefits you in the long run. And you can see that they're trying to bring everything down. Trump, the Patriots, they knew that they were going to try to bring everything down to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. And he knew that with all this spending, inflation was going to take off. He also knew that, hey, listen, if they're going to bring us into the Green New Deal and go from fossil fuels to batteries, well, we know that they're going to increase the cost of oil, which means that people are going to pay a lot more at the pump. And if you know all of this, you know what's going to happen as the Fed raised the rates. The Fed is going to continually raise the rates until the entire system completely implodes. And it looks like we're getting some data points showing that this whole thing might go down in 2024. Now, think about what happened back during Obama and McCain. Use that scenario. Obama was out there telling everyone that the economy is awful. The economy is not strong. McCain was out there saying, no, the economy is perfect. It's fantastic. Don't worry about it. And what happened in October? The entire system completely fell apart. Fast forward to today, we have the Biden administration telling everyone that the economy is absolutely perfect. It's strong. Jobs are being created. Inflation's under control. Fuel prices are under control. Everything is hunky-dory. Then we have Trump. He is out there saying, listen, I see a Great Depression coming. I see something really, really bad headed our way. Now, when the entire system crashes, who do you think the people are going to go with? You think they're going to go with the Biden administration, whoever's running for the D party, or they're going to go with Trump? Well, think about what happened with Obama and McCain. As soon as the entire system went down in October, the market crashed. Everyone went, holy crap, Obama knows what he's talking about. And the people sided with him. What do you think is going to happen in 2024? The same exact thing, but people are going to side with Trump. I do believe Trump is using this playbook against the D's. And I do believe Trump has the upper hand in all this. And you could see with the Green New Deal, it is not going the way the World Economic Forum thought it was going to go, because they're using Germany and California as their template. And people can see, because they're awake, there is no cover story like a pandemic or war, and people can see exactly what's going on. If you take a look at Germany right now, Germany's construction sector continued to deteriorate in September. Construction PMI falls from August 41.5 to 39.3 amid a near record drop in new orders. And we could see that construction is down, manufacturing is down. They're actually importing electricity. It's a complete and utter disaster. But don't worry, Klaus Schwab has another message for everyone, letting everyone know that, listen, you're going to own nothing, you're going to eat bugs, and you'll just be happy. And what he said is that we're going to have private cars driving us around. They'll be automated, so we will not need the highways that we have today. And you'll have an app just like Uber, but these cars will bring you around. Now, think about this. Think about it logically. Think about how many people drive cars now to get to all different places. How would you get rid of the highways? What are these cars going to drive on? He said we're going to make these highways into parks. The only way that this could actually work is if you reduce the population, shove everyone into a 15-minute city, and then people don't have to go anywhere. I do believe this is exactly what he's trying to do. Take a listen to what he said.
The 20th, I hope I will have the pleasure still to be invited for the meeting when we meet for the 20th Governance Summit. You will use the app like Uber, but not anymore to call some driver, but automatically guided car, a self-driven car, will come to your hotel or wherever you are and will bring you to the airport. No, Los Angeles is one of the cities with the heaviest traffic, who told me in 2030, Los Angeles will be private car driven free. And this will allow to transform highways into parks and other public spheres. We meet for...
Now, is this going to work? Absolutely not. Why? Because they never expected the people to be awake. They never expected the people to see what was actually going on. They thought people would be scared in their homes. They thought the entire economic system would be crashing down around them. They could blame it on the Plandemic, or they might have had a war where there'd be death and destruction and nobody would really care what was going on. Do we have any of these things? Absolutely not. This is why it's not going to succeed, because Trump and the Patriots, they knew if the people were awake and if people saw what was going on, they were going to reject it in the end. And he wanted the people of this country, actually the world, to see what they're planning on doing. First, they need to introduce the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. They have to introduce, it's better to have solar. It's better to have windmills. It's better to be driving electric cars. It's better if you do all these things. We're going to ban gas stoves. We're going to ban everything else. What do you think people are doing right now? They're going, this guy's crazy. Biden administration is crazy. This is not going to work. And report after report after report is showing that to go to net zero, it's completely impossible. The only way you could do it is really reduce the population, keep people in 15-minute cities, and actually half the time they won't have electric. That's their net zero. That's what they're planning to do. But remember, to reach that, they have to bring down the economic system, and they need to shift everyone into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. And this is why we see them pushing their old system out of the way, which means they're going to collapse their old system to bring us into their new system. And when you look at the economy, you can see it's completely and utterly falling apart. CNBC put this out and said mortgage demand drops to the lowest level since 1996 as interest rates head towards 8%. And it looks like interest rates can go a lot higher than that. And Declaration of Memes put this out on X and said, How high could interest rates go for the 30-year mortgages? 10, 12%? Back during the 1970s, they went even higher. All the major buyers of U.S. debt are stopped buying, and in fact, many are selling. Even our central bank, the Fed, gross, is selling U.S. debt right now. This path we are on will only change if there's a full-blown recession, and the Fed will take rates to zero in an attempt to recover. Alternatively, why don't we just get rid of the Federal Reserve and let the free market decide interest rates based on supply and demand? And I completely agree with that. Why do we need the Fed controlling the rates? They never did in the past. They might have behind the scenes, but it was pretty much a free and open market. Why now do they have to control everything? Because if they don't control it, the entire system completely falls apart, and they need to have a controlled demolition to bring us into their new system. But the people now are getting it. The people are seeing what the central bank economy actually really is. And it's not the older generation, it's actually the younger generation that is actually noticing this. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Do you want to take control of your financial future, but you don't know where to start? Noble Gold Investments understands. Investing in precious metals may sound confusing, but the team at Noble Gold Investments makes it easy. Let's hear from the actual Noble Gold Investment customer. One customer said, the staff answered all my questions and helped me every step of the way. Another one said, no pressure, sales tactics, just honest guidance. Another one, secure my future is less stressful thanks to Noble Gold expertise. So don't settle for financial uncertainty. They'll suggest options and see if you can diversify into gold and silver. Right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 5-ounce silver American the Beautiful bullion coin for qualified accounts. Don't settle for financial uncertainty. Noble Gold Investments has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews. Why wait? Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, or click the link in the description. This is the only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. Take a listen to what this girl says. She was talking about her parents' house, how they were two teachers. Look at the house they were able to get compared to what she and her fiance can get today. Completely different. So take a listen.
Parents are retired public school teachers. They're like younger boomers and have been teachers their whole lives. I want you to think about what life looks like for a household of two public school teachers with two kids today. Like, what does their house look like? What's their finances look like? Because this was my parents' situation as two public school teachers. This is where I grew up, on a lake with a boat, like a 3-bedroom house, not like a super fancy house, but a 3-bedroom house. There are currently 2 houses for sale on this lake. One is $530,000 and the other is $1.2 million. On the lake my parents moved onto in the 90s as two public school teachers with 2 children. They never had side hustles. They never had summer jobs. They had summers off. They were 2 public school teachers, and this is what that afforded them. My fiance and I now make combined what my parents made when I was like in high school, like decades into their teaching careers. Our apartment, when it rains on the outside, it rains on the inside. It's like enraging and unfathomable thinking about the world that people older than us got to live in, because no one ever gets to live like this with normal jobs ever again.
Now, the younger generation, they're starting to realize if we head down this path, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And they're realizing, hey, why don't we have it the same as my parents back in the 90s? This doesn't make any sense. Why is it so much worse? Now, take that and go back to the 80s, then go back to the 70s, go back to the 60s, the 50s, all the way back in time. You can really see how bad it is. But for people to notice it right now and start to put all the pieces together, that is absolutely amazing. And it's showing the people that this system does not work. It does not work for the people, and the people are seeing this. Think about all the other videos that we've seen where people go grocery shopping just from 2020, and they compare their grocery bill to 2021 to 2022 to 2023. They really see the difference now. And that means everything has been accelerated so people could actually notice it. And that's exactly what people are seeing. And they're seeing that the government is completely out of control. All they do is spend. All we do is borrow. And this is not going to work out in the end, and it's not going to benefit the people, because who has to pay all this back in the end? It's we, the people. Representative James Comer put this out and said, filling empty offices with new furniture to the tune of $3 billion is another example of why Americans are frustrated with Washington's spending problem. Instead of buying furniture, the Biden admin should be focused on getting the federal workforce back to the office. Absolutely. And just spending all this money on furniture is absolutely ridiculous. Think about all the homeless people we have. They keep saying, oh, we got to care for the homeless. Oh, Elon Musk, he should have taken that money instead of purchasing Twitter at the time. He should have taken it and given it to the homeless. Well, maybe we should take all the money that we're given to Ukraine to the homeless. Maybe instead of purchasing furniture for the government, that should go to the homeless. There's so many other things that we can do to help the homeless. But guess what? They don't want to do it. And think about it. If we took all that money and reinvested it here in the United States, this country would be absolutely amazing. But we will get there. We just have to get rid of the central bank system. And that's not an easy task. And this is why I do believe Trump has been bringing us down this path. So the people could see it. The people can understand it, which they are now understanding. And I think a lot more people are going to come on board, especially as we go through 2024, when everything starts to break down and people start to get laid off. People are going to really, really wake up and start to understand what's going on. And then when we have the market crash, that's when people are going to go, whoa, what just happened here? This whole thing is a complete and utter disaster. And who's responsible for all of this? And I do believe the people are going to be pointing the finger at the Fed, at the Treasury, and the Biden administration. And Trump will have the people on his side. And once you have the people on your side, you can use that to go after the central bank. And it won't be here just in the United States that the people will be on the side of Trump. The people around the world will be on the side of those people that are going to make their country great again, where they're going to get rid of the problem. And I do believe people are going to be rising up for this. But what do we see happening right now? We see that there are many different indicators showing us that the economy is completely and utterly just imploding on itself. Genevieve Roque-Decter on X put this out and said, good morning, everyone. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the slump in 10-year and 30-year bonds is approaching the epic drops we saw in stocks during the 2008 financial crisis and the dot-com bubble bust. 10-year bonds are down 46% versus 49% for dot-com. 30-year bonds are down 53% versus 57% for 2008 stocks. Bonds are facing their own crisis now. And yes, this is a complete and utter disaster. And remember, Trump has been letting us know that we are heading into a Great Depression. And on Fox News, they put out an article, and it says, new data reveals a crash not seen since Great Depression could hit in 2024. So this is very interesting because we know that Bidenomics is not working. The agenda is completely imploding the economy, and he's not creating jobs. He's not controlling inflation. Actually, the opposite is happening right now. And the most disturbingly, one important economic indicator that's currently flashing hasn't appeared since the 30s during the height of the Great Depression. The latest economic data shows that the annual M2 money supply growth rate has been negative for the past 3 quarters, meaning the amount of money available is shrinking rapidly. In the past 110 years, the only other time Americans have seen the money supply drop this sharply was in the early 30s during the height of the Great Depression. There is a significant difference this time around, however. In the 30s, when the money supply annual rate turned negative, prices dropped as well. In our current situation, prices are still going up despite the collapse in the money supply. To the extent we're seeing it today, this has never occurred before. And Trump has continually let us know that we're going to see a depression-like economy. And I do believe that this is going to hit in 2024. And I do believe this is going to work against the Biden administration, work against the central bank and the World Economic Forum. And since this is working against them, Trump will have the leverage to go after the central bank because the people will be with him. And if the United States goes down, the rest of the world, they're going to be in a situation where it's 10 times worse. And the people in those countries are going to go after those installed leaders and say, enough is enough. Actually, you're going to have the biggest protest and the biggest revolution against the central bank that you have ever seen in your life. And I do believe that the people are going to push back very, very hard. And once we hit the crisis, yes, there are bills just sitting in Congress waiting to be activated to go after the central bank system and to bring us back to sound money. And I do believe it's just a matter of time. And as all these pieces are now coming together, we can see we're headed in that direction. And in the end, the people of the world, they're going to make the final decision in which way this economy goes. And the people, they're going to look at the entire situation of what happened here. And yes, the installed leaders and all these people are going to lie to the people. They're going to say, don't worry about it. We can fix this. Don't worry about it. But the people, since they're awake, they're going to realize they're the ones who caused it. And if you cause this problem, we don't want you to fix it because you're really not going to fix it. I mean, people aren't stupid. They can see with their own two eyes, and they can see exactly what's happening, that these people are liars. And as they keep telling them that the economy's fine, or as we lead up to 2024, I think the people are going to see everything they need to see to make the final decision in which direction this economy goes. And I do believe the people, they will get it, they will understand it, and they will be with Trump and many others where they say, this is where we need to go. And the people will say, yes, this is the solution. We need to go back to sound money. We need to get rid of the central bank. We need to do all of these things. And I do believe once we do this, and Trump has said this, he can turn this around in 6 months. I do believe we're going to see an economy like we've never seen before. Something the central bank, the installed fake leaders, and everyone else, they never wanted you to see this. And we're going to see something very, very different. And people are going to be shocked that we live the way we lived this entire time. And once they see this, they're never, ever going to want to go back to a central bank economy. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Okay, as usual, I'm going to go ahead and stop that one right there, switch the banners, and get part 2 up here. Toot sweet. Here we go. Part B. Yeah, and real quick, that's not a 3 on his screen there. That is if you look at it, it's a graph. Watching the economy crash is what it is. No, I don't think that he's a skull and crossbones kind of fella. He's prior military. There's quite a few of them out there. LT, him, and a few others. No, if I had believed that it was a Mason's thing or something like that, I would never have even watched any of his stuff. It's I'm pretty anal about that. I'm pretty anal anyways. Jeez. All right, here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3180 BN. Today's date is October 5th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Temps Can Be Very Dangerous to Those Who Are Targeted. Trump just made an important move. Let's talk about protecting yourself online. Caesars Entertainment has confirmed that Social Security numbers linked to reward players were stolen in recent Las Vegas cyber attacks. If hackers have those Social Security numbers, then it would put the banking and financial life of those players at risk. Credit cards and loans could be taken out of their name, and money may be removed from their bank accounts. Unfortunately, data breaches involving Social Security numbers like this are no longer uncommon. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands of people, protect themselves online with Virtual Shield. Virtual Shield gives me security with an all-in-one privacy suite that includes an industry-leading VPN that anonymizes my IP address to help avoid ISP or government spying, while also preventing hackers or snoopers from seeing my online activity. Plus, I get identity theft protection, internet data removal, and much more that all work together to help protect my Social Security number. I highly recommend Virtual Shield because you can get 60 days free right now. This means you'll receive unlimited access to Virtual Shield's VPN with a 67% off lifetime discount with 60 days across unlimited devices plus access to...
Let me pause that for a second. Hey, Kevin, if you're having a hard time on Facebook, it probably just means that they're throttling me back on Facebook. because they don't, as well as I do, they don't like any kind of truth going out on Facebook. So you can always join us over at Hawks Mustard Seeds number 22 on YouTube. Okay. Could somebody hop over to the Facebook side, guys, and drop the YouTube link for me, please? And thank you. I appreciate it.
The Virtual Shield's 24/7 customer support if you have questions or need help. Similar security suites go for over $400, but are free for 60 days if you sign up now by going to virtualshield.com/X22. That is virtualshield.com/X22, or click the link down in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. The deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are in for a rude awakening because remember, they believe that they've always been in control. They believe that they had the upper hand. They believe that everything that they're going to do is bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. They were going to bring us to war. Remember, this is all about the 16-year plan. And everything that we're seeing right now has to do with the 16-year plan. But I think what Trump and the Patriots have done is they have to turn the tables on them. And actually now Trump is in the process of showing that he's been right all along. Really think about that for a second, because all of a sudden we have the Biden administration saying that they're going to build the wall. Why would they do this? Why all of a sudden would they do a 180 and say, okay, now I'm going to build the wall? Because remember, in the very beginning, Biden said what? He is not going to build the wall. Not an inch. That's it. We're not building it. He was selling off the wall pieces that were already paid for to build the wall. Now the people are looking at this going, holy crap, wait a minute. Now you're building the wall? Why? Is it because of what's happening with the House? Are they afraid that Mayorkas might be impeached? Is there a lot of pressure on these individuals because now we have fighters that are fighting back? It's starting to seem that way. And I do believe Trump is making some incredible moves right now to expose the rhinos, expose those people that are in line with the lobbyists, in line with the deep state, in line with the establishment, in line, and they like what they have. And I do believe that what's happening right now is that all of this is being exposed, because think about what's happening in the House right now. McCarthy said he was going to do certain things. And the only way to show the American people that if you don't follow through on your promises, well, you're going to be removed. So the American people now are seeing this, and the people are saying, holy crap, look what just happened here. I've never seen anything like this before. Which shows you that if you don't do your job, you're going to be removed. If you make promises, you're going to be removed. Remember, these career politicians, they have made promises and they've never, ever kept them. They only make the promise to get elected. And then once they're elected for 30, 40, 50 years, they never follow through on anything. What people are seeing right now is if you do not adhere to your promise, you will be removed. And now Gates and others, they are now pivoting and they're showing the American people, this is what it looks like to fight for your country. This is what it looks like when you fight to get things done. People haven't seen this in a very long time. And I do believe Trump is actually now exposing the establishment, exposing all this, because remember, this is about taking back the country. This is not just, oh, let's put Trump as speaker. This is about taking back the country, and he needs to do certain things so people can see it. And I do believe this is the move he is making right now, because this needs to go to the House, then it needs to go to the Senate, and we need to change the old guard out, and we need to put the new guard in. And I do believe that is what we're witnessing. And this is just the start. But think about what Trump has done right now, and think about what Matt Gaetz has done right now. Right now, the country's looking at this situation. They're asking Trump to be Speaker of the House. He's saying, listen, if I have to do it to help the country, I will, but I really don't want to do it. I mean, really think about what he's doing now. He's putting pressure on all of these people. Do you think they want him to be Speaker? Do you think the D's want him to be Speaker? Do you think the rhinos want him to be Speaker? Absolutely not. This would be a complete and utter nightmare for them. So why is he doing this? Why did he even put that out there? Why did he project it out there? Is he trying to set this all up where they accept the person that they would never accept. Remember, he didn't say he was going to do this permanently. So I do believe this is a setup to get the person they actually want in the position. And normally the rhinos, the D's, would not allow this person to actually be Speaker of the House. And I do believe Trump is using himself as leverage to get them to say, okay, we definitely don't want Trump, but we'll accept this other person because you know what? This person's not as bad as Trump. And I do believe this is exactly where this is headed. And I do believe Trump right now is using this type of leverage to get what we all want. We want a Congress that is going to work for we the people. Now, if they decide to vote Trump in as a temporary speaker, okay, that is great too. But there are hurdles that he has to jump over to get to this position because there are rules. And I don't know if Trump is going to say, change all the rules for me and let me in. But we'll have to see how this all plays out. And we'll be talking about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening with Biden's dog, because it seems that their dog is continually biting Secret Service and many other people. And I think the dog's name is Commander. And what's very interesting about all this is that Judicial Watch, they received documentation that the resident has been mistreating his dog. Judicial Watch has learned he has punched and kicked his dogs. And Judicial Watch is now suing the Secret Service for records of attacks by Commander. So this is very interesting. If this actually comes out and the people start to hear that he's kicking and punching his dog, I'm going to say this is game over for Biden. I mean, just add on top of that children, crimes against humanity, and hurting an animal. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the people right now, they're starting to realize that the Capitol is starting to look like the Capitol in Hunger Games. And you could see that the people that the Biden administration, and it's not just him, we know it's Obama in the basement and many others, these people are bringing in all these people. Most likely they're not qualified for the position. I mean, one of the people that he brought in, he steals luggage. And was this person ever qualified for the position? Was this the best person that we could find? Most likely not. It looks like they're trying to hit their diversity goals and they're just filling the spots with certain individuals, and they don't care if they're qualified, not qualified. It makes no sense whatsoever. Plus, they want to have their mindset just right to push their type of agenda. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Steve Guest put this out and said, meet Tyler Cherry, one of the radical leftists in the Biden admin. Tyler is the principal deputy communications director for Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland. In 2015, Tyler posted police equals slave patrols. In 2018, Tyler posted abolish ICE. Libs of TikTok put this out and said, is this the return to normalcy we keep hearing about from Biden admin? And it shows all the different clowns that are in his administration. And it's a complete and utter disaster. Actually, it reminds me of the Capitol in Hunger Games, but actually kind of worse. And again, are these the best of the best that we can put into government? Absolutely not. All they're doing is saying, okay, we like you. You're going to do exactly what we say. This is the look that we want. And we're going to fill everyone in government looking like this. And they're not qualified for this position. They have a certain mindset. And this is why government is completely breaking down right now. And once again, we have to go back to that period of time where we get the best of the best in these positions, because how else are we going to make America great again? We can't have someone in this position that goes around stealing luggage and gets arrested for it. And there are many other people that strip down out in front of the White House. It makes no sense whatsoever. Well, you know what else doesn't make sense? Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, the entire criminal syndicate, because again, that's what's running the country, the entire criminal syndicate. And once you understand that, everything else seems to make sense then, because you know the criminal syndicate, they're not going to put themselves in jail. They're not going to press charges against themselves. That will make no sense, because if you go after the criminal syndicate players, one leads to another, which leads to another. And this is why we have special counsel David Weiss. He's dropped one of the gun charges against Hunter Biden. The move is apparently a procedural step, but is it really a procedural step? The procedural step removes a charge alleging he broke a law against drug users having guns when he bought a gun in 2018 during a period he has acknowledged that he was struggling with addiction. So he was using drugs, he bought a gun, he broke the law, and they're dropping this charge. I mean, really think about this for a second. The criminal syndicate working just like a criminal syndicate. And you have to ask the question, why would they drop this charge? Because actually, this goes against the entire agenda of the deep state players, right? Remember, we have Biden out there, his father, saying that drug users shouldn't get guns. And here we have Hunter, who was a drug user, who got a gun. And what happens if they kept this charge and they went and had a trial and the criminal syndicate says, okay, or the jury says, okay, you won the case. Well, couldn't that be used against Joe Biden in the end? Absolutely. And I think they didn't want to go through that. So they said, you know something, let's just remove that charge. So this way we don't have to deal with it. And this is exactly what they do. And what's very interesting is we have Mayor Adams right now because we have this border invasion. It's a border crisis. Everyone knows it. Everyone can see it. We have the governor of New York saying we can't take any more illegals. She's trying to ship them off. We have Mayor Adams out there saying this is absolutely ridiculous. We can't afford to have these people here. They're using up our resources. We don't have the money. So he decided that he was going to find the answers of why this is happening. Simon Atieba put this out and said, New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he's now flying to Mexico, Ecuador, Colombia on a fact-finding mission to better understand and tackle the migrant crisis. So wait a minute. He's going to all these countries, and yes, he's on a plane, letting everyone know he's going to find out why this is all happening. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. Miranda Devine on X put this out and said, what a waste of time and our money. What facts do you need to find? You know the cause. Joe Biden, he opened the border. Tell him to close it and deport the illegals. Wouldn't that just solve the problem? But he's not allowed to do that. Remember, he's part of the criminal syndicate. You can't say close the border because then everyone will realize, holy crap, that was the cause? The open border? So they can't admit it. So why is he going down to Mexico, to Colombia, to Ecuador? Is he going on vacation? No, he's going down there telling the illegals, when you come up to America, don't come to New York City. You can go anywhere else, but don't come to New York City. I mean, really think about this for a second. That tells you everything you need to know right there. Are they ever going to admit that they were responsible for what has happened in this country? It doesn't seem that way. But it looks like the Biden administration, and especially Mayorkas, they are now worried because they see what's happening in the House. And they know with the Congress that they had before, they were going to do absolutely nothing. They weren't going to impeach Mayorkas. They weren't going to do anything or remove anyone. And now that there's turmoil, as they call it, in the House, which it isn't turmoil, it means the Patriots are taking control of the House. They're very worried now that that is all about to change. And remember, I just want to go back in time a little bit about the wall, because Joe Biden, he was out there letting everyone know that he wasn't going to build the wall. Take a listen.
There will not be another foot of wall constructed in my administration, number one. Number two, what I'm going to focus on
So he let everyone know that he was never, ever going to build the wall. And remember, he left the wall materials on the ground. They were rusting. It was all paid for. All he had to do is continue what Trump put into motion, but they didn't want to do that. He kind of wasted the money and just let the material waste away. And then he started to sell it off for pennies on the dollar. So the question is, why all of a sudden did they do a 180? And why did they start to waive 26 federal laws this week so they can resume the construction of Trump's border wall? What changed? Are they a little nervous about what is happening in the House? Are they getting scared and they're saying, okay, you know something? Let's start putting up the border wall. So this way they can't say we're not doing anything. Now, once again, since they got rid of all these different regulations, the laws, isn't this racist? Isn't it racist building a border wall? Isn't this what they said to Trump? And look how easily they went ahead and did this. Remember when Trump was trying to get the border wall? think about all the hoops he had to go through to get the border wall. And here, all of a sudden, they say, you know what, let's get rid of 26 federal laws, and now we can build the wall again. And once again, he said he wasn't going to build it. He lied. They said it was racist, and Trump was right again. No matter which way they move, Trump is always right. You don't build the wall, we have a border invasion, you lose. The border invasion's here, you build the wall, you lose. Trump is always right, no matter which way they turn. And it's getting worse and worse for them as time goes on. Kerry Lake put this out and said, it took Joe Biden one invasion, 3 years, and 7 million illegal entries to acknowledge what America First has known all along. President Trump was right. The border wall works, and if we're going to protect our families, it needs to be completed. Trump put this out on True Social. He said the following: so interesting to watch crooked Joe Biden break every environmental law in the book to prove that I was right when I built 560 miles. They incorrectly state 450 in the story of brand new, beautiful border wall. As I have stated often, over thousands of years, there are only two things that have consistently worked: wheels and walls. Will Joe Biden apologize to me and America for taking so long to get moving and allowing our country to be flooded with 15 million illegal immigrants from places unknown? I will await his apology. Do you think he's going to give an apology? Most likely not. But we could see that the Biden administration, they're trapping themselves in their entire agenda right now. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they set this up so no matter which way they go, they're screwed. If they do nothing and they allow the illegals to continually come into this country, people see the invasion. If they decide to admit that there's a problem, Trump is right. We needed the wall all along. So now people are looking at Trump going, holy crap, he was right. And the Biden administration lied to us from the very, very beginning. He went back on his word like he's been doing all along. Actually, all these corrupt politicians, they always go back on their word. Why? Because they lie to you in what they're going to do. They're never going to follow through in anything that they say because they are politicians. They're part of the criminal syndicate. And a lot of these people, they are bribed and blackmailed. So why would they follow through on their promise? They only use that to get elected. And I think people are starting to see all of this now. The infiltration is deep and wide. And there's a lot of people involved in all of this. Just like the unelected people like the FBI, the CDC, DOJ, you name it, they're all involved. And what's very interesting is that Elon Musk said the FBI needs a thorough reform. Well, I think people are seeing this now. Think about what they did in the 2020 election. Think about what they're doing now with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, which is absolutely nothing. Think about what the DOJ is doing, absolutely nothing. So the people now, they're starting to see all of this, and they're starting to see the two-tier justice system. They're seeing the criminal syndicate, and they're seeing who is on the criminal syndicate. And now we have the FBI, the DOJ, the CDC, the FDA, those individuals around the country, a lot of mayors, a lot of governors, a lot of legislators, those people that handle the elections, many people in corporations, Hollywood, everyone is starting to see it all over the place. General Flynn responded to this and said, I be for that. I know right where to begin. At Elon Musk, at Tucker Carlson, at Barack Obama. Isn't it interesting that Elon has now picked up on this? The ticks you buried inside the FBI are now visible and still out of control, but can definitely be reformed. That'd be pretty cool if General Flynn came in and took over for the FBI and actually started to drain that swamp completely and restructure it. I wonder if that's going to happen. We'll have to see how that all works out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we can see that a U.S. jet, they have shot down a Turkish drone over Syria. And the Turkish government is saying that it was not their drone. And they're saying that someone else put it up there and it was shut down. So is this some type of false flag? Are they trying to do something here to get something started? Because remember, when Trump says that a world war is coming, he means a world war, which means it's not just between two countries. It's going to be multiple countries. And it looks like they're trying to build this all over the place. And he once said, I see World War III. Many people don't see it right now, but I see it building. And when we start to look around and we look at China, we look at Taiwan, we look at Russia with Ukraine, we look out in the Middle East where we have Syria, we have Turkey, we're starting to see things really build up. If you add into that North Korea, I think people are starting to see all of this right now. And the war drums are getting louder and louder as time goes on. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that I remember going back in time when we had COVID and New York was the epicenter. And they said, oh my God, the New York City hospitals, they're being overrun. We can't handle all these people. And it's just unbelievable. So Trump, he brought in the ships. He set up the makeshift hospitals in Central Park, and those were pretty much empty. They didn't have people to fill it, which is kind of odd if we're in a pandemic. And actually, if we're in a pandemic, all those people that are living on the streets, they should have been dead, and we should have had flatbed trucks going around picking them up, and we should have had the fake news filming that, showing the people how bad the pandemic actually was. So the question is, why didn't we see any of that? Why wasn't the hospital beds filled in the ship? How come the hospital beds in the makeshift hospitals in Central Park and other places, why weren't they filled? Because once again, it was a lie. Yes, there might have been people running to the hospital because they were freaked out, because fear overtook them and they might have had a cold, they might have had a flu, and they just ran to the hospital. I think everyone realizes how this goes. Some people run to the hospital for every little thing. And if you're scared and you don't feel well and everyone's telling you there's a pandemic, people run to the hospital. But look what's happening right now. With all these illegals right now, the medical system in New York City is straining under the weight of constant flow of illegals. And they're saying that they're taking in so many they can't handle, and they can't actually provide service to other individuals. And what's very interesting, a doctor, Ted Long, said, this has been the hardest work I've ever done. Wait a minute, I thought COVID was the hardest work. So this is the hardest work now? That's very interesting. And actually, if you go back in time, you can see all the nurses and doctors during COVID, they put up a lot of dance videos. I guess they had a lot of free time back then. But think about the hospitals right now with all the illegals. They're using up all the resources, and they're using everything up. And the American citizen can't get into the hospital to get care now because all the illegals are there. And it's just draining the system, and it's absolutely unbelievable. The other thing that's very interesting is that the CDC right now, they're going to be ending the COVID-19 vaccination card. I didn't even know they were still doing it. Does anyone even have one? Does anyone even want one? I mean, who wants a vaccination? Who wants a chemical put into their body today? I don't think anyone does. Actually, nobody should have done it in the very beginning. And remember, this was a crime of all crimes. Think about what they really did. Break it down. They told you there was no cure. There was nothing. There was no drug. There was nothing out there. And there really was. There's ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. They hid it from the people. So the only place you would go was to get the vaccine. And they forced everyone to get this bioweapon. I mean, this is crimes against humanity times 1,000. I mean, this is just awful, because now those people that got the bioweapon, they realize, holy crap, I have myocarditis, I have pericarditis, I have other ailments, cancer's on the rise. This is a complete and utter disaster. And all because I listened to them. I was tricked. I didn't have the information I needed. And they told me everything was going to be okay if I got it. And I do believe with all this coming out now and what they did to this country, not this country, but just the world, I do believe the patriots that are taking control of the House, which will eventually take control of the Senate, there should be trials. And all of these people, the pharmaceutical companies, all these people that make the decision, because right now they're trying to backtrack. With the Biden administration, oh, I never told you to get the vaccine. Companies are saying, oh, I never told you to get the vaccine. But everyone remembers. They got the notice. They got the information. If you don't get it, you can't come back to work. They laid people off. Cities laid people off. Corporations laid people off because they were forcing people to get it. And no one should have the ability to force you to put something into your body and threaten you like this, because this is your life. It's not their life. You know, if they want to be protected, go ahead, get the vaccine, get the bioweapon. You're protected now. Don't worry about it. But they should never have the ability to force you to do something against your will. And this is what all of these individuals did without you having the information. And they didn't even want you to have the information. They just want you to listen to them and do what they wanted. That's a dictatorship, and no one should have that ability. And that's why we need trials as soon as the patriots take over the House and the Senate. And I do believe those trials are going to start, and people are going to be shocked from what they hear, just like they're hearing everything about January 6th. They're hearing about all the crime that's going on right now. Actually, out in San Francisco right now, Starbucks is going to be closing 7 San Francisco locations, and it's refusing to admit that there's rampant crime that factored into their decision. But there was a poll, a survey, actually from the Golden State Restaurant Association, and it shows that 3% of San Francisco restaurants say they were not victims of vandalism or property crime in the last month. Only 3%. Actually, that number should be switched around. That's how bad it is out there. And it's getting worse and worse. Just like it's getting worse and worse for the deep state players with their election fraud. The people now, they're waking up, they're seeing what's going on, and they're realizing that there's election fraud all over this country, not just with the presidential election, but in every state. And people are starting to recognize it. Rasmussen Reports put this out and said, Republicans in Arizona say problems with the 2022 election in Maricopa County prevented many people from voting. How likely is it that these problems affected the outcome of the election in Arizona? And it says it's likely. Dems 32%, Independents 51%, GOP 76%, all 55%. So the people, they're starting to see that the 2020 elections, they were rigged. The 2022 elections were rigged. They're seeing the rigging of the elections now in 2024 where they're interfering with the election. This is not going well for them. It's getting worse and worse as time goes on. And people, as they watch this and they see the election interference, which that's exactly what they're seeing with all these cases that they're bringing against Trump. Talk about protecting yourself online. Caesars Entertainment has confirmed that Social Security numbers linked to reward players were stolen in recent Las Vegas cyber attacks. If hackers have those Social Security numbers, then it would put the banking and financial life of those players at risk. Credit cards and loans could be taken out of their name and money may be removed from their bank accounts. Unfortunately, data breaches involving Social Security numbers like this are no longer uncommon. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands of people, protect themselves online with Virtual Shield. Virtual Shield gives me security with an all-in-one privacy suite that includes an industry-leading VPN that anonymizes my IP address to help avoid ISP or government spying, while also preventing hackers or snoopers from seeing my online activity. Plus, I get identity theft protection, internet data removal, and much more that all work together to help protect my Social Security number. I highly recommend Virtual Shield because you can get 60 days free right now. This means you'll receive unlimited access to Virtual Shield's VPN with a 67% off lifetime discount with 60 days across unlimited devices, plus access to Virtual Shield's 24/7 customer support if you have questions or need help. Similar security suites go for over $400, but are free for 60 days if you sign up now by going to virtualshield.com/X22. That is virtualshield.com/X22, or click the link down in the description. They're realizing, holy crap, it's playing out right in front of me. They're interfering in the election. He can't go campaign. He can't do anything. Why didn't they bring these charges 2.5 years ago? Why did they wait for this specific moment? Why couldn't they have the trial after 2024? Why didn't they have the trial in 2021 or 2022 before he announced? So people, they're not stupid. They realize it. And they realize that certain individuals like Letitia James, she campaigned in getting Trump. Now she's lying about it, where she says she never did that. Eric Trump put this out on Truth. And this is Letitia James explaining how she never campaigned to get Trump. Take a listen.
The United States has complained that I'm engaging in some sort of political witch hunt, that I've got some personal vendetta against him, that I campaigned against him. That is not true.
This illegitimate president who sits in the White House. That president, because he's not my president, he's an illegitimate president. His days are numbered. His days are numbered.
We've got to get ready to mobilize, and we've got to get ready to agitate and irritate until victory is won, but more importantly, until Trump is defeated. We will all rise up and resist this man.
And ultimately, we'll bring him down.
This illegitimate president, I'm going to give you the same.
So once again, she lied, and the people are seeing the lies. Remember, the internet is forever. This is not like back in the day in 1971, where all you had was, 5 different stations, and you really couldn't go back in time to find this information. Now people, with a click of a button, they can find all the information they want. They can find the video. They can tell you exactly what you said. And now people can put that up and say, okay, you want to lie? Here you go. You're lying. Everyone's doing it with Biden. Everyone's doing it with Letitia James. And that's why we see the difference right now. We see the truth teller compared to the liars. And this is what people are noticing. And I do believe what we're seeing right now is that everything that Trump has said was absolutely true. Trump was right again. And it's showing the people that these people have lied. They lied to get elected. Trump was building the wall. If he built the wall, we wouldn't have these illegals coming in. And he was right again. And think about all the other things he was right about with Germany, with getting the gas from Russia, and many other subjects. And I do believe he's going to be right about many more with the economy and everything else. I think people are starting to understand and realize that he was telling the truth. Biden was lying to get elected. And now people are saying, wait a minute. Now I'm starting to realize why they're going after you, because you're for the people. They're with the establishment. The people are starting to see this. And this is why you see the swamp going after Trump, the establishment, the deep state players. That's why you see the judges, the prosecutors, and many other people continually going after him, because they know that they need to get rid of him because he has the people with him. And once he wins the election, they know it's game over. So they have to do whatever they possibly can to get rid of him now. But this is working against them, because now the people are seeing, wait a minute, they're attacking him because he's been telling the truth. They're attacking him because the people are with him. And they're attacking his businesses and his family just to get rid of him, so he doesn't come after them. That's what the people are figuring out. And look what the Judge Engoron has done. It has barred Trump's family members from transferring assets without notifying appointed court monitor. And the appointed court monitor is a Clinton judge, Barbara Jones. I mean, is this a setup of all setups? Now, Trump is appealing all of this, of course, but think about what they're going through and what they're trying to do to their business. They're trying to remove their business license. They want them out of New York. They want them to pay $250 million. They're trying everything they possibly can. Now, we know that this is all BS. Trump knows it's all BS. He's continually telling everyone it's all BS. And he decided to respond to this. And he says, he called me a fraud and he valued my Mar-a-Lago at $18 million. And you can't do that. It's worth probably 50 to 100 times more than that. And our corrupt attorney general, she's totally corrupt. She just wanted the publicity to run for governor, and then she failed running for governor. This whole thing that you're watching is election interference. They made up a fake case. They're fraudulent people, and the judge already knows what he's going to do. He's a Democratic judge. In all fairness, he has no choice. He has no choice. He's run by Democrats. I know this city better than anybody knows this city. There's nobody who knows it like I do. He's a Democrat judge out of the clubhouses. He's controlled, and it's a shame. What's going on here is a shame. Our whole system is corrupt. This is corrupt. Atlanta is corrupt. And what's coming out of D.C. is corrupt. And when he was talking to the reporters, he let everyone know, look, this is election interference. Benny Johnson put this out on X and said, I would rather be now in Iowa. I would rather be in New Hampshire or South Carolina or Ohio, but I'm stuck here because I have a corrupt attorney general that communicates with the DOJ in Washington. Our whole system is corrupt. Yes, this is election interference. You're seeing it play out firsthand right now. And yes, people are going to make this connection. They're going to see this. And then when Trump presents the evidence of 2020, people are going to be able to put all of this together. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is Trump now, his lawyers, they have filed a motion seeking to delay Jack Smith's May classified documents trial until after 2024 election. Trump's attorney Chris Kise and Todd Blanche accused Jack Smith's prosecutors of using dilatory tactics to slow roll the discovery process and taking too long to turn over evidence. And Trump is saying, listen, we need to postpone this because if we have it during the election, during 2024, there's election interference, and I won't be able to campaign. Now, do you think they're going to go along with this? No, of course not. They want to have these trials during 2024. But remember, Trump is going to follow the rule of law. He's going to keep pushing back, and he's going to say, listen, we should push it off to 2024 because this will be after the elections, and then we can go ahead and do this. But they don't want to do this because they know they have no case and it's meaningless after 2024. He knows this. He's giving them a chance to do the right thing. Now, of course, they're not going to do the right thing because they're controlled by the criminal syndicate. So that means once they make their decision, Trump then will take them down with the evidence against them. And he's going to prove his innocence because remember, they're coming after him with the same things that they have done. He has the classified information, which he declassified, and now he can present it in court. And that's exactly what he's going to do. I mean, look, he already destroyed De Sanctimonious. The establishment went behind De Sanctimonious. He trapped them there, and there was no other place to go. His poll numbers were dropping, and he pretty much got them where he wanted. Now, the establishment right now, since they know they can't push De Sanctimonious any further because he has failed, they're now shifting gears and they're trying to go to Nikki Haley. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, Fox has totally given up on Ron De Sanctimonious and is on their next journey, pushing Nikki Birdbrain Haley, who stated loudly and often that President Trump was a great president and I would never run against him. Well, so much for that. Fox and Friends just put on a hand-picked Haley acolyte who absolutely gushed birdbrain. It was really something to behold. So obvious and lame. Oh, well, we took out Ron, a far less talented person than people originally believed. Crooked Joe Biden is down to us by 11 points, and now we have to focus on one of the most overrated people I know, Nikki. This reminds me of 2016 all over again, when the globalist Murdoch pushed Jeb and all the others as they fell like flies. After beating Hillary, he then called me and said, hi, what a great win. So proud of you. Such sincerity. But don't worry, when Fox ratings drop still further, you can bet on the fact that they will be back. They really have no choice. Make America great again. Absolutely. Now, it seems that the rhinos, they're panicking right now. The deep state is panicking because of what is happening in the House. And we can see McConnell in the Senate. He's panicking over McCarthy being removed. So McConnell is out there and he's calling for the House to get rid of the motion to vacate rule for the position of Speaker. Wall Street Silver says, translation, we shouldn't be able to fire someone just because they don't follow through on their agreement that got them the job of Speaker. They're panicking right now because they realize once this happens in the House, this will spread to the Senate. That's what they're nervous about. And it actually now creates a separation between the controlled establishment House and the controlled establishment Senate. Now they're not going to have the controlled establishment House anymore. And I do believe this is going to spread to the House. And we should continually push to remove McConnell from the Senate and many others. And I do believe that might happen. We'll have to see how this all plays out. Because remember, the rhinos are working with the Ds to defeat Trump in 2024. The rhinos and the Ds together, that's the uniparty, they're fighting against Trump. They want him removed in the 2024 election. So, yes, they have joined forces. But I think with Matt Gaetz, with Trump and many others, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jim Jordan and the rest, it seems that they are now putting the establishment in the spotlight. And what's very interesting, since they're saying, listen, we need you to remove the order to vacate the Speaker, Matt Gaetz said, listen, he'll change the motion to vacate threshold if Congress enacts Reps Ro Khanna reform plan. It's a 5-point plan. And he's saying, if we do this, okay, I will remove this. Now, I think he knows that they're not going to do this because look at what he's proposing. Ban all PAC and lobbyist money to congressional campaigns. He says, I don't take a dime of it. Second, ban completely stock trading and members of Congress from ever becoming lobbyists. Third, term limits for members of Congress. Fourth, term limits for Supreme Court justices. Fifth, an ethics code for Supreme Court justices. This is common sense, he said. The people demand it. It's time we give them back their government and we reform Washington. So do we have a deal? Do you really think they're going to go with this? I don't believe so. And I think he's putting them front and center, and the people are going to see this, and their decision is going to be very, very telling. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is Trump, he is considering a trip to the Capitol ahead of the Speaker vote. And it looks like this vote is coming on Wednesday or so, and he is going there. And if it happens, Trump would come speak to the House GOP sometime before lawmakers' internal speaker election, which is set to happen on Wednesday. and a final decision hasn't yet been made. The full GOP will meet Tuesday for an internal candidate forum. So this is going to be very interesting. Now, the people in the House, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Troy Nehls, and many others, they want Trump to be the Speaker of the House. She did a poll on X, and 51,288 people took the poll, and it looks like between Trump, Jordan, and Scalise, Trump won 62.7% to Jordan 29.6%. And of course, yes, the people definitely want Trump. Now, can Trump be the Speaker of the House? Well, I don't think he really wants to be Speaker of the House. I do believe that he will do it temporarily if he has to, and we'll be talking about that in just a sec. But let me just read the truth that he put out. I am running for president. That's what he says. I am running for president. I have 62-point lead over Republicans, and I am up on crooked Joe Biden, despite the Democratic Party's massive lawfare, weaponization, and election interference efforts by 4 to 11 points. But we'll do whatever is necessary to help with the Speaker of the House selection process, short term, until the final selection of a great Republican speaker is made, a speaker who will help a new but highly experienced president, me, make America great again. So Trump, he is letting everyone know that he will do it for a short period of time, even though he really doesn't want to do it. Now, there are problems with this because, again, the House GOP rule bars anyone with a felony indictment against serving in the role. So the Congress rules, the Republican Congress rules of the 118th Congress, says that if you are indicted and it looks like you might be sentenced to 2 or more years, you can't serve as Speaker. So they would have to change the rules for this. So let's just look at this at a different way and think about the optics. Let's say Obama was being approached to be Speaker and he was being indicted and the Democratic Party waived the rule just for him. How would that look? Well, think about that with Trump. I don't think the optics would look good, but they can do it. They can definitely do it. They can change the rules if they have to. Right now, they have the rules here. And Trump, I don't know if he would want them to change the rules because on the world stage, it would look like, holy crap, look what they just did. And what do you think everyone would do? All the fake news and everyone would be looking at this going, holy crap, they changed the rules just so they can bring in Trump because they have no one else. So what is Trump actually doing? I think he's playing with them, just like Gates right now with the 5-point plan. He is showing and exposing the rhinos, the establishment, and showing the people, look, they won't even agree to this. They want me to do something, but they don't want to do anything. So what is Trump doing right now? Well, Trump is now projecting that he wants to be Speaker. Even though he really doesn't want to, he's running for president. The D's and the rhinos believe that he might be Speaker. What happens if he gets the vote? This is going to be a complete and utter nightmare for him. But remember, the D's and the rhinos, they would have to vote him in. Or if he was going to be temporary Speaker, they would still have to have some type of an election or something. We'll be discussing that in just a sec. So let's think about this for a moment. If you're trying to get a certain speaker in position and you know the D's and rhinos will not go for it, what do? You project that you will be the speaker. You'll do whatever it takes, even if you're going to go in there temporarily. And think about a temp person in a position. Can they wreak havoc? Yes, they can. Are the D's and the rhinos, are they nervous about this? Yes, they are. Trump is setting up the strategy to get the best person for the job into position. It might not happen right away. Most likely, he'll need a speaker pro tempore. And remember, there are 2 designations of speaker pro tempore. The first is the appointed pro tempore, which only lasts around 3 legislative days. The elected pro tempore is a longer period of time until a permanent speaker is elected. Now, Trump, he did say, I will come in temporarily for a short period of time, but there are roadblocks, which are the rules. And also under Rule 1, Clause 8, the speaker pro tempore must be a member of the House. He usually is a member of the majority party. So this is going to be a problem. I don't know how they're going to get around this, but we'll have to see how this all plays out. But I do believe he's going to be using this as leverage, and actually him coming in, helping the House formulate a plan and being there in DC. I mean, this is just absolutely unbelievable. Yes, we would all love him to be House Speaker. It would be absolutely incredible. He would shake things up. It would actually be the Scaramucci model. Actually, he can actually use the Scaramucci model if he even brings another pro tempore into this position, because the person would be acting, they would vote for this person, and it could be Patrick McHenry. They might elect him in because when you're appointed, it's only a short period of time. So let's just look at the Scaramucci model right now. This is post 2654. This is January 6, 2019. It says Scaramucci model, public opinion optics do not matter. Temps can be very dangerous to those who are targeted. Post 2957, down below it says Scaramucci model, temp hire by design. Public will become aware, doc dump. So can this person, drop some docs, do certain things that a full elected speaker would normally not do? I do believe so. Look what Patrick McHenry's doing right now. So I do believe that Trump is planning something, and you can see it's being played out right now. And I do believe he's using leverage to expose the rhinos, to expose the establishment, and to put pressure on them to get the person they want in there to handle the job. And remember, there are two different pro temporees. One is appointed, which can exceed 3 legislative days. The other one is elected, where they can go ahead and be elected temporarily for a longer period of time and handle certain situations before they elect the Speaker of the House. Now, I don't know if Trump is going down there to handle that, and if it doesn't work out and people really want him, they'll try to figure out a way to get him in there. But I do believe what he's going to try to do is he's going to say, listen, if we need more time, why don't we elect a temporary person in there, let them wreak havoc all over the place, let them do things that a temporary person can do, and then once they're exhausted with that, bring in the speaker that we actually want, and let the people of this country see this all play out. Now, will this work? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, it's starting to seem like this is exactly what he's going to try to do. Do I really believe he wants to be speaker? No. Will he do things for the country? Yes, he will. Because I do believe right now he is, and you can tell by his truth, that he's running for president. And he wants the other people to do their job. He wants the people to see these individuals do their job, just like Matt Gaetz. Because look, Matt Gaetz, he had the ability to go and take out McCarthy. Congress right now should have the ability to elect a speaker to actually fight against the establishment. Because if Matt Gaetz can do this, then we can get a speaker in there that can actually take this to the next level. And I think Trump really wants them to do this, and he wants the people of America to see this. But he will do what he needs to do because he's all for America. So let's see how this plays out. It's going to be very, very interesting, because I do believe Trump is making a very, very important move right now. I think they're all making a very important move, and it's showing the country in which direction we need to head and how we have to fight. And I do believe the people need to see this play out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that the deep state players, they are definitely coming after the Trump supporters. They're building up the narrative. Yesterday, we mentioned how Trump supporters, they are now being designated as a election terrorists. But out of Newsweek, they put out another article, and it says Trump supporters highly likely to try to kill people in 2024. No, this is not a joke. This is from Newsweek. This is what it says. Political analyst Brian Klaas warned that a small subset of Trump supporters are highly likely to try to kill people ahead of the 2024 presidential election. Because they're saying that Trump, with all his rhetoric about Letitia James and all the others, Mark Milley, people are getting riled up right now, and they might take it out on certain people as we approach the 2024 election. Now, like we said before, I do believe they're setting chaos up, and they're preparing their foot soldiers to infiltrate, just like they did in January 6th, where they're going to dress up like Trump supporters, and they're building this narrative. Because the way you need to do this is you need to build the narrative up ahead of time. Oh, we have election domestic terrorists. We have extremists. Trump supporters during the 2024 election, they might kill people, which means they're going to unleash the illegals, the criminals, and everyone else. They're going to be dressed up as Trump supporters, and they're going to try to make it look like the Trump supporters are doing this. And I do believe this has been part of their plan for a very, very long time. This is why they had the Patriot Front group out there. Then they changed their name to the Nazis because, they're trying to combine it with the Trump supporters. But I don't believe it's going to work. I think the Trump supporters are a lot smarter than this. And they're going to be out there on their own. And you're going to see the illegals, Antifa, criminals, all out there dressed up as Trump supporters. The fake news is going to be reporting on this. But I don't believe America is going to believe this, because I think it's all going to fall apart as they keep pushing it, because the people, they see what they've done in the past and they can't use the same playbook because people know the playbook right now. And people are going to be pointing it out, and they'll be pointing it out all over social media. And this is why I do believe in the end, they're going to have to try to shut everything down. And you can see that going into 2024, this is going to be a very, very bumpy ride right now. You can see what is happening. You can see how everything is about to change. And like Trump says, this is the final battle. We're heading into a battle of all battles right now to take back this country. We're taking it back on the government level with the patriots in there. We're taking it back on the people level. And I do believe in the end, the people are going to have to see this all play out to make their decision if they really want to take back this country. And I think in the end, as the economy completely collapses, and I do believe it's going to collapse most likely very, very close to the elections of 2024, as war builds up, people are going to be scared out of their minds, and they're going to see that the Biden administration, or whoever's running the administration at the time, they're responsible to where they're bringing us to war. They're responsible for the economy collapse. The people at this point, they're going to be on Trump's side. And this is why the deep state, they're going to fight back with everything that they have to try to get him during this whole year with these trials. But as we get closer and closer to the election and they realize they can't cheat in the elections, this is going to be a major problem for them, because right now, COVID is not working. They might ramp it up in January, February, but as we move into the summer, this is going to be a little difficult for them because right now it's not working and we're in October. So I don't think that plan is going to work. They'll push it, but I don't think the people are going to buy into it. And I do believe with all the illegals coming in, well, now they're backtracking on that and they're building the wall. This might slow up a little bit. I think they're trapped right now and saying, holy crap, how are we going to cheat in the election? What are we going to do? Which means they're going to probably try to postpone it, and they're going to try to shut it down, because I don't think they'll be able to cheat the way they think they can cheat. And this is going to be very difficult for them, which means most likely there's going to be a cyber attack in this country because they need something to shut down the elections. And I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they've been planning for all of this. They have all the countermeasures in place, and they're prepared and ready for this. But let's see how this all plays out, because we know one thing for sure, that the Patriots are in control. And we can see that Trump always makes certain moves to get what he wants. And I do believe he's projecting right now, trying to force the establishment into accepting the person that most likely they'd never accept. And I do believe the Patriots will get what they want. And they want this to play out in the public realm. Because remember, the people, what do they understand right now? They understand and they believe that Biden is the president. They think everyone is doing what they normally do. But I do believe that this all has to play out in front of the people, and they have to see that, oh, wow, look at this. Look what's happening here. I've never seen anything like this before. This is, what are they doing? Do you agree? Do you disagree? And yes, there are people that are taking sides right now. And I do believe as we see this play out, people are going to start to realize that the Patriots now have the upper hand. The Patriots, they're calling the shots. You can see it already. Look, Gates was able to pull this off and remove McCarthy, which means the Patriots do have the upper hand, which means the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X22 report. All right, I'm sitting here looking at this, and I'm looking at the time. Yeah, I'm feeling the heat here. It is getting really, really hot. I don't know how in the heck it's getting this hot right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and jump us into And We Know. I'm going to hold off on the others for now. What I will do is I can drop links for those for both the Table of Titans and for SGT. But I'm getting a little tired. I'm almost like nap time kind of thing. Boy, I'm getting old. That I need to take a nap, you know. That's pretty bad. So let's go ahead and get right into And We Know, and we'll go from there.
Well, the time to pray is now. We are at the 5-year mark, one day after when President Trump said, calm before the storm. We're going to see that. We're also going to see drops on many fronts, pointing to some major moves which could occur in the next few days or months. Traitors are revealing themselves. They know the punishment is death for being a traitor. It's all shaken out now, one day at a time. Zelensky's panicking too, since the speaker took off. Looks like his little money pot might be disappearing. Who knows? Old Clinton showed up again, but it could be a masked person. I'll show you that. The View continues their witchcraft. We'll remind you from President Trump the Truth Social drop that he moved in, and we'll show some Putin stuff also. Here we go.
Over the next 16 months, our enemies will try harder than ever to divide us and to destroy us. The lies, abuse, and injustice that will come our way will be worse than ever before in the history of our country. To persevere, we must stand tall. We must stand strong. We have to be strong. We have to be stronger than ever before because they're coming at us. There's something wrong with these people. And I don't like saying that. You know, as president, you're the president of everyone. So I don't like saying that. But there is something wrong with these people. And we have to stand together or we're not going to have a country anymore.
And someone pointed out to many on social media that there seems to be a lot of infighting. Folks might be going at each other, trying to figure out who knows who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. No, you're right. No, I'm right, blah, blah, blah. And it's just a reminder. It's a reminder to all of us. They're going to do all they can with their psyops. The enemy is going to do all they can to make everybody forget about things like the calm before the storm.
You guys know what this represents? Well, maybe it's the calm before the storm.
What's the storm?
Could be the calm before the storm.
What storm is
We have the
President?
world's great military people in this room, I will tell you that. And we have great people. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
What storm, Mr. President?
You'll find out.
Give us a hint in your answer.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, you'll find out. And that was October 5th, 2017. Sorry, that was did my math wrong. 6 years ago, August 27, 2018, witch hunt, no deals. Okay, and so as this continues to move forward, we can see all types of attacks on everything that we are up to, everything that we see, the way that we communicate, and more. And I was looking over at, we were talking about Elon Musk earlier. Elon called for an overhaul of agencies like the SEC. And he calls for the punishment of people at these agencies who abuse their power for political reasons. Let's do it for all three-letter agencies. The comment from Musk came on X in response to the news that the SEC is suing Musk in relation to his Twitter stock purchase. The SEC clearly has it out for Musk as they're forcing him to testify. So all of this is playing out. Colin Ruggs reminding they're going to come after everyone one at a time. Here's this.
Morgan, the SEC is suing Musk because they subpoenaed him in September to show up in court in San Francisco to talk about his Twitter deal, and he didn't show up. And so he was supposed to provide agreed upon testimony, they say, and he didn't show up. And so they have sued him in San Francisco federal court to enforce that subpoena. That's the news. Okay.
So as this plays out, many are under attack. And those that are under attack, truthers, people on that are doing shows like mine, little by little, they're going to be coming after each one of us because they're in panic mode. They can't stand the fact that they're getting exposed day in and day out. One of those exposures would be the IRS consultant who leaked former President Trump's tax returns. He's been arrested, faces 5 years in prison, but they don't want you to know about that. Yeah, Donald Trump followers targeted by FBI as 2024 election nears. That was put on Newsmax, but that was from a Newsweek headline, October 4th, 2023. So, Patriot Voice put this out. The FBI is openly targeting real Donald Trump supporters as MAGA extremists. The federal government believes that the threat of violence and major civil disturbances around the 2024 U.S. presidential election is so great that it has quietly created a new category of extremists that it seeks to track and counter Donald Trump's army of MAGA followers. Our government is not only weaponizing the FBI DOJ against political opponents, they are shifting focus to you and me. If you support Trump, you're now a MAGA extremist. Enemy number one. The time is uncanny. So I put this link to the Patriot Voice in the description box below. Just yesterday, he said he personally filed a relevant landmark $25 million defamation lawsuit against the Anti-Defamation League. The ADL trains the FBI from 2014. Did you know ADL trains every FBI agent, every new agent, on their role as protectors of the American people and the Constitution? Forget politics. This is the battle. So you're going to see this. Moreover, right here, 22 is posted. Moreover, defendant works closely with the law enforcement agencies, just such as the FBI and local police departments across the country, providing training on extremism. And on those like Mr. Sabal, whom it designates as extremists. They're going to start calling us extremists. Yes, they are. Where would that come from? Oh, old Clinton. The one that they put in front of the screen, says that there needs to be some form of backlash against the extremist MAGA subset. See, they're doing all together. They form in a line. The mainstream media, the three-letter agencies, all those afraid that they're going to end up in Gitmo. The show's playing out where basically showing what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and more. Is this part of the movie, the part of the show, or is it actually going to happen? Does the enemy still have a little bit of power and they're trying to oust him out? You betcha. So let's hear what she says. So if you have to walk out of the room because you can't stand hearing Hillary talk, that's up to you. If you have to throw up after this, hopefully I'll pause for a little bit so you can do that. But here we go.
The main contenders for his position are Jim Jordan, who you know very well from Benghazi.
Oh, I don't know him well. I watched him and stared at him for 11 hours while he made stuff up about me. So I don't know him, but I've seen him in action.
So what will it mean if he gets the speakership?
Well, I mean, he is one of the principal ringleaders of the circus that's been created in the Republican Party for the last several years.
Now, as this being is talking, I want you to pay attention to this right here. See where I'm drawing this line on the neck? Pay attention to that. It seems quite interesting, in my opinion, that this neck, some would say it's just a wrinkle, but I've never seen one that just goes completely around, and when they talk, it just seems to be completely different than the color of the rest of the body. Could be a mask. I don't know. Here we go.
I have no inside knowledge about what the Republicans will do, who they will end up voting for. But when do they put the country first? They do not represent a majority of even the Republican Party. When you look at the extremists in the House, they certainly don't represent a majority of the country. And, somebody has to stand up and say, enough. We can have disagreements. I'm all for that. I was in the Senate for 8 years. I worked with a lot of Republicans and, opposed them when I didn't agree. But at some point, there needs to be a backlash against the control that this small group of extremists have. And I don't know who will lead that, but let's hope whoever becomes the new speaker will.
Whoever becomes the new speaker. Oh, that would be so wonderful if President Trump stepped in that role. However, he's endorsing Jim Jordan. I'll show you that in a second. But just again, if she's upset that McCarthy's put out, then whatever Hillary Clinton wants, we definitely want the opposite. I think I'm going to show some more of her in a second. Do I have some more? Yeah, maybe in a moment. Anyway, so yeah, back to the speaker before I show you some border stuff. Supreme Court declines to consider long shot bid to disqualify Trump from running for president. Oh, so they were going to try to disqualify him. And Congressman Troy Nell says, just had a great conversation with President Trump about the speaker's race. He's endorsing Jim Jordan. I believe Congress should listen to the leader of our party. I fully support Jim Jordan for Speaker of the House. Then President Trump said, Congressman Jim Jordan has been a star long before making his very successful journey to Washington, D.C., representing Ohio's 4th Congressional District. Respected by all, he is now chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. As president, I had the honor of presenting Jim with our country's highest civilian award, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So much is learned from sports, and Jim was a master. While attending Graham High School, he won state championships all 4 years, a rarity, and compiled an amazing 156-1 record. At the University of Wisconsin-Madison, Jim became a 2-time NCAA Division I wrestling champion. He won his 1985-86 NCAA championship matches in his weight class. Jim has a master's degree in education from Ohio State University and a law degree from Capital University. He's strong on crime borders, our military vets, and Second Amendment. Jim, his wife, Polly, and family are outstanding. He will be a great Speaker of the House and has my complete and total endorsement. Now, he says all that, yet many are still saying that he's possibly considering of visiting, having talks about running for that particular part of the office, their speaker, and more. Now, since we're on the speaker subject, I wanted to show you a clip just to remind you how we're waking up to the fake news, even more so Fox News and old Kilmeade. Watch how Kilmeade asks questions, launches a full-scale attack. That's what they show you for Tim Burchett. Okay. Watch him ask a question, cut him off immediately, constantly ask questions, cut him off, and Tim's not having anything of it. This is great.
What do you think he's going to do for the Republican Party and chances of holding on to leadership and the majority when it looks like you're the ringleader of a circus led by Matt Gaetz, who likes to blow things up but not offer any new ideas? Are you happy following Matt Gaetz? Is that your leader?
What a question. Instead of just asking a simple question, instead of just bringing up Speaker of the House, what was your role in it? Why did you do it? And just let him talk. He's calling it a clown, just basically clown show, I believe is what I heard. He's using big adjectives and he's on the attack mode as if Kilmeade thinks he's, I guess he's in office and he's one of the leaders of who knows what he thinks he is. He sure thinks he's running things because he's talking to Tim Burchett, who did all the hard work to get to where he's at today as a leader. And this Kilmeade completely disrespects him and is sick.
I'm not following Matt Gaetz. I made my own decision. I didn't ask Matt.
But if Matt Gaetz didn't challenge, you weren't going to challenge.
You see how he cut him off? You see that? He won't let him finish.
Do what?
If Matt Gaetz didn't stand up, you weren't going to challenge. You know that.
I believe I would have.
Oh, come on.
Oh, well.
Please. You were praying about it 1 minute. The next minute, you're going to lead an insurgency?
So you don't think that praying about it's important? Is that what you're saying?
Did you catch that word, insurgency? And then he says, pray. So he makes fun of those who pray.
Minute you're praying about how you're going to vote with Matt Gaetz. And the next minute you're going to lead an insurgency?
Listen, you got a predetermined answer to everything. I
have an opinion about what's going on. Do you have an opinion too?
And you talk over me every time I try to make a point.
All right, make your point.
The point is that we're $33 trillion in debt. This speaker was woefully lacking in leadership skills. He always placed the blame somewhere else. America is going to be better off with new leadership. And that's the bottom line.
And who is it?
That possibly could be Steve Scalise. It could be Elise Stefanik. It could be Roger Williams out of Texas. It could be Mark Green out of Tennessee.
So they all supported Kevin McCarthy, including the most conservative guy I know, Jim Jordan. Why are you smarter than Jim Jordan and the 210 plus Republicans? Why are you smarter?
I represent my district, brother. And why are you smarter than me? You're condemning me because I stand up on my own, and that's
I'm not
what
condemning
I do.
you. I'm questioning you. You don't like being questioned?
You're just the line of questioning is very negative, and you know that, and I know that. And when this is all over with, and we have a new speaker and we're running smooth, let's have this conversation again.
Were you happy with John Boehner?
I wasn't here with John Boehner.
Right. With Paul Ryan?
They're both rhinos. I mean, why do you? They're not in my camp anyway. So I wasn't here when they were here.
So you had 15 yeses for every round you voted for Kevin McCarthy, but you think he's the problem?
Right now, I sure do. He's part of it. He's part of this whole problem. When you deny that there's a problem, when in this dysfunctional Washington, brother, then you know there's a problem. You can't get
Who denied there's a problem?
You can't get past the fact we take in $5 trillion, we spend $7 trillion, and leadership seems to be okay with that.
I'm fascinated the way you blame Kevin McCarthy that you're $33 trillion in debt, but you're going to get a new leader. I'm sure he's going to solve everything.
Well,
how sickening is that? Who in the world does Kilmeade think he is? Where did he come from? How in the world did he get by with questioning somebody like that? And I'm glad that Tim Burchett handled the way he said. They're rhinos. I wasn't here when these rhinos were around. We're spending too much. Bottom line. I represent the people who elected me. Bottom line. I don't try to make you happy, Fox News. I don't try to make everybody happy, Fox News. I was elected. I'm working for the people. Let's get to this here. I wanted to show you that we're at andweknow.com. Folks, you can go there. Just remind you all the time. Please type it in. Go visit. You can become a fellow member, receive merch discounts, newsletter from LT, special merch package, exclusive invite invitations. I'm going to play a clip next week of a recent meeting we had over Zoom where we had great talks and just everybody just sharing their heart. It was great. You can also go there and sign up for a newsletter to get updates on all kinds of things. And also, you can receive our gear. Now, before I show you the gear, I wanted to share with you that Robert and Jamie from Banners for Freedom worked hard to come up with this billboard for us, a couple of billboards. And I'm going to play this clip where they're standing in front of one here. That's awesome. And you have to forgive me. I forgot to put what location is that one? I think it's in Colorado, northern Colorado. I've got, if you pause your screen, you might be able to look up here and see all the locations for all the billboards that are up now, thanks to their hard work. It's absolutely amazing. And there's their trek, the Remnant Revolution Tour. So cool. But they've got them in Loveland, Denver, Turnpike, Denver, Pueblo West, and we're working on some for West Monroe, Louisiana, and some other places. And here's one, Let My People Go. So thank you guys so much for supporting us and grabbing our gear and more. And it just helps us to be able to get these billboards up to let everybody know to hang out in the show and learn more. And so if you get that, you remember our book is there, my autobiography. We've got our shirts. We've got our T-shirts, hats, so much more. A signed book from LT2 from a men's OCPAC or women's OCPAC. So cool. So please check it out if you will. Here's more great pictures of Patriots wearing our gear.
Never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president when our fundamental rights are at stake.
This is Letitia James. Promises to go after Trump. It's a reminder. President Trump retweet this, or excuse me, put this on Truth Social. And it's a message from our president. Just a reminder of Letitia James and what she used to say and then what she says now.
Believe that the president of these United States can be indicted for criminal offenses.
Will you sue him for us?
Oh, we're going to definitely sue him. We're going to be a real pain.
He's going to know my name personally.
That man in the White House who can't go a day without threatening our fundamental rights. Yes, we need to focus on Donald Trump and his abuses. We need to follow his money. We need to find out where he's laundered money. We need to find out whether or not he's engaged in conspiracy. It's important that everyone understand that the days of Donald Trump are coming to an end.
I look forward to going into the office of Attorney General every day, suing him, defending your rights, and then going home.
Yep. So quite different than what she's kind of spouting off now. The other thing that they were saying years ago, right, was the lies from the Dems. They lied to the American people about systematically proven to be a deception for the world to see in the most plainly obvious manner. Trump's border wall was supposedly racist. You guys remember that? So they said, oh, I didn't really go after Trump. Yes, you did. Oh, we didn't really push hard against the border wall. You know, we didn't say all that. Trump's border wall was supposedly racist, but now Biden's admin is attempting to further that wall. They told you Trump was a warmonger, yet under Biden, we've come closer to World War III than perhaps ever before. Trump told the world that Washington was akin to a cesspool, a swamp, and now the populace sees it all with vision. The Great Awakening continues to make waves. Nothing can stop it. Let's check out this clip.
Faced with a surge in illegal crossings, the Biden administration has announced it is waiving more than 24 federal laws to add on to the border wall in southern Texas. NBC senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest. And Gabe, tell us what we know about this reversal.
Hi, Hoda. Good morning. This is a striking acknowledgement that changes are needed to stem the migrant influx at the southern border. The Department of Homeland Security waiving 26 federal laws, such as the Clean Air Act and the Safe Water Drinking Act, to allow border wall construction in Starr County, Texas. This is a major reversal for President Biden, who, during the 2020 campaign, vowed that not another foot of wall would be constructed under his administration. The president also issued a proclamation in 2021 stating that building a massive wall that spans the entire southern border is not a serious policy solution. It's a waste of money that diverts attention from genuine threats to our homeland security. In a statement overnight, Customs and Border Protection says funds for this project were appropriated by Congress in 2019 and that DHS is required to use them for their appropriated purpose, Hoda.
Yeah, and Gabe, this comes after increasing criticism from members of his own party.
Yeah, how just days ago, Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, a staunch Biden ally, slammed the administration in a scathing letter, calling the migrant influx untenable and calling out the federal government's lack of intervention and coordination at the border. The White House says it's provided $46 million in funding for migrants to Illinois, but the governor's office told me that is not nearly enough. Meanwhile, New York City officials have been sounding the alarm for the better part of a year and are now asking a court to suspend its right to shelter law, which requires migrants to have a place to stay.
Interesting, huh? So fill up, bring as many people over as possible, say that there's actually no worries about the border, there's nothing big going on. And then right leading up to an election, right into the brains of the people that never pay attention to politics, as they get ready to vote, they'll say, well, who should I vote for? Well, let's vote for the Democrats. Why? Well, remember when all of those folks were coming into our cities? Yeah, well, the Democrats put a stop to it, and they built a wall to protect us and got everybody out. All they did? Yes. You guys catching it? Here's a collection of clips throughout the past couple of years of the Biden administration constantly telling Americans the United States-Mexico border is not open.
I want to be very clear. Our borders are not open.
It would be wrong to think that the border is open. It is not open. And I just want to be very, very clear about that.
Border is secure. There's no change in policy. The border remains closed.
Let me be clear. Our border is not open and will not be open.
We have talked about the border wall here in general as a way that it's been used to close the border, and we feel that it is a policy that doesn't work. And it's not just us. Experts have said that the border wall is not an effective policy.
I want to be very clear.
The clown show. The United States government says, do not believe your lying eyes. Wall Street apes. We definitely needed it. Always a reminder of all the lies that continue to pour out from them. And believe me, that was just my guess on how this is playing out, why all of a sudden they're going to start approving the new border wall. Create the chaos, fill the cities up, give them a bunch of money. Folks are angry and mad. Clean up the mess that you made, and then take credit for it. But yet it could be delayed. Venezuela's per Border Patrol agent on camera. Here's an illegal from Venezuela. This video was made in Lajas Blancas camp in Darien, Panama. He, along with everyone there, is headed to America and will receive $2,200 a month in the USA from the Biden administration. Oh boy. So again, let me see if we can find all the Easter eggs today, Professor Patriot. Ukraine is panicking. We're going to show you that in a moment. Trump will present himself for speaker. We've been seeing some speculation on that. Sunak blew the doors off transpronounism in one breath. Putin went scorched earth all day. Biden gets accused of abusing his dogs. Mayorkas admits to needing a wall, and then he and Biden have to walk it back. Pfizer has no authorization to legally send out the jab they actually distributed. Trudeau got called stupid by Putin in a crowd. Trump filed for presidential immunity in the Jack Smith shakedown. The Pentagon is having to send seized Iranian weapons to Ukraine. Corinne the Clown admitted the bad administration is just starting to observe the law. That's enough for a full boom day. What did I miss? Oh, wait. The U.S. and Ukraine were found to be recruiting ISIS to fight in Ukraine. I knew there was something. Way to go. Great drops for all of us. What else is going on? Oh, somebody called Jim Jordan a terrorist. Forgot to show this because, now a little bit worried that he's going to run for speaker. He's third in line for presidency.
I will just say about Jim Jordan, he has been called by his own party, by John Boehner, a political terrorist. He's also been linked to the Ohio State sexual abuse scandal. I testified in front of Congress about something so simple, cameras in courtrooms. He came in late, he looked disheveled, and he immediately was screaming and yelling and terrorized me and the other experts on the panel. And describing him as a terrorist is exactly that. He's a chaos agent, and it came out of nowhere, and he had no command of the subject that we were talking about, which made it even scarier. So to have him, the thought of him being the Speaker of the House, I think leads to more chaos.
But his role model is Donald Trump, who has no command of the language either.
All righty. The witches have spoken from their coven. They're casting their spells on everyone. They're using Hillary out there. There needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members. She calls all of us, anybody that's MAGA cult members, get that into the brains of the folks that watch these networks. We're called insurgents. We're called extremists. They're picking up all the words again. Remember, blame those who are doing the exact thing that we're doing so nobody looks at us. And then we get to some good comms. I wanted to share this now. Greg Jarrett, Elizabeth McDonald, thank you to both, says President Trump. Letitia James is a corrupt politician using her office for political gain. Although her run for governor was not exactly successful, she polled it close to zero. It went back to the AG's office and getting Trump. We just played that clip earlier. Now, what is amazing about this whole play of words is the times that he dropped it. 10:27 would be 22:27, which is military time. POTUS will be up all night. Pray, watch the news tomorrow. Also, it's a 4-minute, 51-second clip. This is from GH17. Who is meeting in secret right now? We see you. We hear you. You evil, sick, are stupid. So, the punishment for a traitor. DOJ held meetings on how to oust President Trump. Why hours after the election did 7 people travel to an undisclosed location to hold a very private and highly secured, guarded meeting? Anons knew it beforehand. You have more than you know. It's all there. Future proves the past. And in case you guys are wondering, I'm going to play a clip of President Trump doing an air cue. And I've brought this up before, and I bring it up again. Some folks would say, I don't believe in that mess. I don't believe in the comms, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I get it. Go back and do your own research. You can attack all you want. However, why is it the mainstream media constantly can talk about the Intel board, the Q board, and put it down, therefore put into the psyche of everyone that there's nothing there? Yet everything we've been showing all these years shows that there's too many coincidences to prove that it is definitely playing out the way it's supposed to. And I'm going to show you that in a moment. Before that, I wanted to talk a little bit more about our health and ivermectin. Folks, as we continually talk about health and things that can help us out in many different ways, we get many questions about ivermectin, where to get it, and we're constantly sending out links. And we thought, you know what? We just work together with Zahara Heckscher and see if we can get that link with discount. So sure enough, they have a huge selection at the description box below. Has ZaharaHeckscher.com. That's ZaharaHeckscher.com. Click in the description box below and put AWK10, AWK10 in the coupon code, and you get 10% off your order. So they have a huge selection of different things. Quality assurance, you can save really big, you can save a lot of money on them, and fast shipping. They've done a really great work for us. We've been able to send many people there. Again, if you're looking for ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, then head that way today.
Rudolf Hess. On the charges of crimes against humanity, the tribunal finds you not guilty. But we find you guilty on counts 1 and 2, and thereby sentence you to imprisonment for life. Admiral Wilhelm Keitel, guilty on all 4 counts. The tribunal sentences you to death by hanging.
Defendant Hans Frank. Tribunal finds you guilty on counts 3 and 4 and sentences you to death by hanging.
Julius Streicher.
Now, this clip from a movie comes from President Trump. He pushed this out, saying, referring to the radical left scoundrels like Adam Shifty Schiff, who are purposely destroying our country soon. We won't have a USA anymore. And he posted this from John Rich, hold them accountable. And this is the continued clip from the movie as a reminder of what will play out for these traitors.
Guilty on count 4, crimes against humanity. Death by hanging.
Defendant Schacht. The tribunal has come to the conclusion that the evidence against Hjalmar Schacht has not been established beyond a reasonable doubt, therefore finds that Schacht is not guilty on this indictment.
Quiet, please.
The defendant, Karl Dönitz, guilty on counts 2 and 3. The tribunal sentences you to 10 years imprisonment.
Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop. Guilty on all 4 counts. The tribunal sentences you to death by hanging. Ernst Kaltenbrunner. Guilty on counts 3 and 4. The tribunal sentences you to death by hanging.
Balder von Schirach, guilty on count 4, 20 years in prison.
Alfred Jodl, on all 4 counts, guilty. Death by hanging.
Catching that? How it will play out? Even if you don't like Putin, he's over the target regarding Klaus Schwab and the WEF. Putin warns the globalist terrorist Klaus Schwab his days are numbered. Part of that WEF is this Yuval Harari. AI could write a new Bible that could actually be correct. These are the folks that we're dealing with. Why even bring up a Bible? Why? Why even attack the very thing that we believe in, that we hold to?
Thing about AI that everybody needs to know, it's the first technology ever that can create new ideas. You know, the printing press, radio, television, they broadcast, they spread the ideas created by the human brain, by the human mind. They cannot create a new idea. You know, Gutenberg printed the Bible in the middle of the 15th century. The printing press printed as many copies of the Bible as Gutenberg instructed it, but it did not create a single new page. It had no ideas of its own about the Bible. Is it good? Is it bad? How to interpret this? How to interpret that? AI can create new ideas, can even write a new Bible. Throughout history, religions dreamt about having a book written by a superhuman intelligence, by a non-human entity. Every religion claims our book, all the other books of the other religions, humans wrote them. But our book, no. It came from some superhuman intelligence. In a few years, there might be religions that are actually correct. That just think about a religion whose holy book is written by an AI. That could be a reality.
How sick. Why didn't he say we can have an AI write a new Quran? Head over to the Muslim countries and say that. Go ahead. Instead, it's the constant attack on the Word of God. Every tittle tattle that was put in there, and I used to look at it as the translation when Jesus said every tittle tattle that's put in the Word of God is breathed. It's God breathed. It's from our Creator. And I used to think that when he said that, when we translated it, every molecule on the very ink that hits the paper, inspired by God. 40 men over 1,500 years. And yet he's attacking it. See who they're after? Who they're really going after? Kind of reminds me of when they join together with the WEF and others. They hang out together. They get their singers. They get their music artists and more. And they use everything they can to play with the psyche and the minds of people. Do you guys know they have this big sphere out in Vegas? think it cost $2 billion to build this thing. A lot of folks have seen it. They had their concert video. U2 was in there. And when you see this video was put out recently showing all types of craziness. Now, U2 loves the World Economic Forum, is tied to it. And the symbolism from U2 in most of their songs and videos are sickening. Now, I will be honest with you. I listened to U2 when I was younger, and I thought that they were, all that. But as they played in this giant stadium, they placed words like Antichrist, pizza. Do you guys know what pizza is? Fascist, riot, believe, and then they put lie in the middle of believe. Watch more TV, fear. There's a picture of it right there from the outside. Kids, violence. They flashed all this in front of everyone. Walt Disney. Jesus wept. Walt Disney right after that. Riot, fascist, slavery, Nelson Mandela, free pizza. Tread softly, everyone, guns, school, gaslight, violent illusion. All this stuff, the way that they played it, let's see.
He loved
the way that they play it, if I can put this here. It was played in slow motion for everybody to see. Everything you know is wrong. Now, I thought I had a clip ready. Yeah, they sold their souls. I'm going to show you this from Good Fight. Now, Good Fight doesn't agree with everything we're doing, and I don't agree with everything they say, especially when it comes to politics and other things. But they do great work in exposing these guys. And one of the songs that I was kind of shocked because I didn't really pay attention to the words was,
Cain,
listen to this part.
which became Charles Manson's theme song for his murderous rampage.
Right here.
Perception has been that their success has been part of Satan's strategy to capture as many of those who would have otherwise been keen to the more blatant forms of Satan's devices in the cesspool of rock. Here we see Bono of U2 singing Helter Skelter, which became Charles Manson's theme song for his murderous rampage. While singing Helter Skelter, we see Bono wielding an upside-down cross, which has a singular message in rock music. U2 make it clear as to just what God they are serving in songs like God's Country, when they declare, quote, I stand with the sons of Cain. Cain was the wicked man who murdered his innocent brother, Abel. God's word states emphatically that Cain was in league with Satan, warning that, quote, Cain was of the evil one, end quote. God's word warns against those who would, like U2, declare that they stand with the sons of Cain, declaring, quote, woe or judgment unto them, for they have gone the way of Cain, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. In the mid-1980s, after U2 had already had a huge following, they made it quite clear as to whom they were truly following as they began to repeatedly cover the Rolling Stones' anthem of praise to Satan, Sympathy for the Devil.
Pleased to meet you. I hope you guess my name. Oh yeah, you know I'm pleased to meet you. I hope you guess my name.
Bono, U2's lead singer, has repeatedly assumed the role of Lucifer in his music, in, for example, the Fly character, which was an allusion to Beelzebub, or the Lord of the Flies. Beelzebub is referred to in God's word as the Prince of Demons. After employing the persona of Beelzebub, the Prince of Demons, Bono would then later employ the character of Mephisto. During the Zoo TV tour, Bono revealed his new satanic persona in Mephisto as he proudly pranced around the stage with satanic horns upon his head. Bono stated that Mephisto is an extension of his Fly persona. The concept of Mephisto was taken from a German film by a similar name, which was actually inspired by the story of the ancient sorcerer Mephistopheles. The German film is a film about a rock star who sells his soul to Satan for fame and success.
Do you get it yet? It's a long video. It goes into extreme details about all this, yet the first concert they have at this big screen is U2, who belongs to the World Economic Forum. And they put all this garbage into your brain and we run to it. We're not supposed to be conformed to this world, but we're to be transformed by the renewing of our mind. And how do we renew our mind? Daily through the Word of God and prayer. Here's one. How comical is it that the people calling Putin a Nazi have now held a standing ovation for the exact thing they claim to hate? When Anand said Ukraine was influenced and controlled by Nazis, many called us conspiracy theorists. But I guess we were right this entire time. Again, weren't we? And this was posted by out there for us to see. Check this out, and I'll read over it. The fact that everyone applauded, this is from Putin, everyone applauded this Nazi in Canada Parliament is absolutely disgusting. Remember when they did a standing ovation for a Nazi? Especially the president of Ukraine, who has Jewish blood in his veins, who has Jewish roots, stands there and applauds a Nazi. Not just to some belated follower of Nazi ideology, but to a person who killed Jewish people with his own hands. It was him who personally killed Jews. If the Canadian Parliament Speaker says that the Canadian Ukrainian or the Ukrainian Canadian Nazi fought against Russians during World War II, he cannot but understand that he fought on Hitler's side, not on the side of the motherland, Canada. Or was a fascist collaborationist. In any case, he was fighting on the side of the Nazi troops. Let's say he does not know that. In no way do I want to hurt the feelings of the people of Canada. Despite everything, we treat Canada with respect, especially its people. But if he does not know that during World War II, it was Hitler and his minions who fought against Russians, then he's an idiot. That means he did not study in school, has no elementary knowledge. But if he knows that this person fought on Hitler's side and calls him a hero of Ukraine and a hero of Canada, it's one way or another. He's dumb. And so that takes us to Zelensky. Ultra Pepe Lives Matter showed us this clip. Oh my goodness. Zelensky looks shook, stuttering his way through this interview. Okay? After McCarthy was ousted from Speaker and U.S. support for Ukraine is in jeopardy.
With the United States, I've been in Washington, D.C., and I had a meeting with President Biden, and Heward, his 100% support in White House, and also support by bipartisan support in Congress. I think it's important. Of course, difficult election period for the United States. Different voices. Some of the voices are very strange. About this also we will speak about this but today and
off he goes. It's all coming after the catastrophic optics of Zelensky and Trudeau giving a Nazi a standing ovation in the halls of Canada's corrupt government. Does he see the walls closing in? Something going on there? All this talk, all the money that's been sent their direction and more is slowly making its way known to the public. Another thing that was known to the public, many have been talking about the U.S. debt clock. Well, I had a chance to interview Dr. Kirk Elliott about this in detail. He breaks it down. You're going to hear this on Sunday when we release the interview. Big opportunity for precious metals. It's absolutely amazing how he brings all of this together. I'm going to show you a clip from that right now.
People on entitlements, welfare.
Let me get to the part where here we go.
But when you look at, I'm going to show you what to look at on here because to me it's the most important part. So If you go to the very right, there's a green square with the red arrow next to it, right at the top there. So that's dollar supply. That is M2 money supply, which is checking accounts, savings accounts, money markets. That's very liquid funds, right? So that's the funds that you have in your banks. It's down almost $800 billion since the beginning of the year. 800 billion. But people say, well, Kurt, what gives? Have you been lying? Because you've always said that inflation is a function of an increasing money supply. We've got inflation, but that money supply number's come down by 800 billion. It's like, nope, not lying. Different money supply number, right? Because
So you have to listen to the rest on Sunday as we bring this up. And he did a great job explaining all this in detail. Man, I was excited just going through it step by step with him. As they continued to play with our money and more, they continued to push the COVID-19 response.
For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death. For yourselves, your families, and the hospitals you may soon overwhelm.
They continue to push the fear day in and day out. I like Elon Musk posting this. Imagine a vaccine so safe, you have to be threatened to take it. For a disease so deadly, you have to be tested to know you have it. I'm going to say that one more time. We call this imagination land. Imagine a vaccine so safe, you have to be threatened to take it. For a disease so deadly, you have to be tested to know you have it. Does that make sense? So an incredible cell phone, libs of TikTok, excuse me. Leading report put out, Florida Senate committee has unanimously passed a bill that would give the death penalty to those who commit sexual crimes against children. Penny pushed this one out to the public and said the amount of people not understanding this is going to be used to kill trans and queer people is making me lose my mind. The amount of people not understanding this is going to be used to kill trans and queer people is making me lose my mind. So admitting that the trans and queer people are the what? The death penalty for those who commit sexual crimes against children. Why admit that? There was a great interview, and I think I put it in the description box below, with Tucker Carlson. Genital mutilation is not just a fad, it's a full-blown industry. How did something this demented happen so quickly? Chris Moritz has been following the money. Let's check this out.
What I call Transgender Inc. deserves to be highlighted in a very visible way. Why? Sex reassignment surgeries and hormone replacement therapies are a combined value of $2.94 billion. By 2030, would increase to $7.5 billion. There are no long-term studies that show the efficacy of taking these very powerful pharmaceuticals. One of the most graphic and invasive procedures is a vaginoplasty. That is where male to female patient is castrated, testicles are removed, and the penis is inverted to create a vaginal cavity.
They can't even do lip filler in a convincing way in this country. You can't tell me they can recreate something as complex as female genitalia.
The Biden administration has kind of tacitly endorsed reconstructive surgery for minors.
A child will often know that they are transgender from the moment that they have any ability to express themselves.
There's 300,000 transgender youth. That number has, by the way, doubled over 5 years. They face a lifetime of zero sexual function.
It's almost too crazy.
It's perverse.
It is perverse. And so they go through this in detail, and you find out it's all about the money. Billions of dollars. They have to push it. They love making the money. They can care less about the people. Could care less. You go to the State Observers Network showing this, gender euphoria, having your elementary schoolers ask if there's two of you because they saw you be femme one day and mask the next, and watch how this teacher behaves.
You're confusing young children. Congratulations. You're mentally ill
and you're bored.
Mentally ill and bored.
Nothing gets done in a woke society. There's this video of like a conference going on.
Hi, I am Andy P. From Los Angeles, they, them pronouns. There was a previous point of privilege about waving around signs.
And then another guy gets up and he's like, I'd just like to say to all the people chattering in the audience, I have sensory issues, so I need you all to be quiet while each person is speaking. And then-
Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, he, him. I have already asked people to be mindful of the...
Yeah. I've had enough of hearing that. It reminded me of something as they were talking that, you know, we don't need to see all the corruption. We've seen it day in and day out. We know that there are forces on this earth that are doing all they can to destroy us day in and day out. And we've got folks that are fighting hard behind the scenes to put a stop to it and expose them. And I mentioned before, whenever we play clips from and showing the Intel board, the Q board, it's a reminder that it's always been supported. It's not something that we just place there because we're trying to get everyone excited. We're showing the facts. Joe Rambo showed us this. If anyone thinks the DJT is unaware of Q or that people watch to pick up on small things like hand motions during speeches, then you're fooling yourself. So explain to me, while at the same time that he says thank you, obviously emphasizing the word exactly that way. He also motions his hand to make an air cue multiple times. Watch this. You ready?
We will make America powerful again. Thank you. Thank you. The whole country is watching. The whole country is watching what you have done. Thank you. We will.
Over and over again. Calm before the storm. Remember that playing out.
You guys know what this represents? Well, remember it's the calm before the storm. What's the storm? Could be the calm before the storm.
Calm before the storm. Standing with a group of military. We played that one day in and day out. We know that this thing's going to take probably till 2025 to finally see it all come together. We have to make it one day at a time, all together. Not divided, but together. Part of those setting the example of bringing us together would be Pepe Deluxe. He said, V Darkness Falls, prayed with me on the phone and asked Jesus to be Lord of his life. I believe he meant that prayer and said he had been already praying that prayer. I'm very proud of his decision, honored to be able to pray with him. Will you be praying for him? I'll post the video he posted too. Also, Apex Prime prayed to ask Jesus to be his Lord. Angels rejoice every time this happens. I have the post that people are responding to this pinned on my Telegram. And guys, I've said this before, and I'm showing you a picture, and I'm going to explain this in a second. But before I explain this, I wanted to say I've met folks who had no idea what was going on, never watched the news, got to the Q board, and they saw all the scriptures, went to the Bible and started reading, and came to know Christ as their Lord and Savior, repented of their sins, and I've spent time with them. No matter what's going on, no matter how hard things get, no matter how difficult people can be towards us, we have the sure word of God. And yet they're trying to change it with AI. They're trying to go after those that are MAGA. And I believe a lot of MAGA people are conservative, and I believe many of them follow our Lord and Savior. So V Darkness Falls posted something that we all need to see and we can lift up in prayer. I believe the name is pronounced Salias, but I could be wrong. It's Salias. The pulmonologist yesterday sent him home with an apnea monitor for the next few months to monitor how frequent his respiratory distress episodes are. They also have him on pneumogram during his sleeping times to mine data. They want us to take him back in today because an abnormality showed up in his chest x-ray depicting a displacement with his windpipe and trachea, indicating there's likely a mass or tumor within his chest wall cavity, which would be causing him to stop breathing. So they want us to take him back in today for more x-rays and test to be sure. They're also sending referral to neurologists to test him for seizures. Doesn't seem to be having those. So he could sure use all the love and prayers from everyone here today. Guys, I've used V Darkness Falls over and over again for this channel, constantly posting updates and more. Okay. And I saw this and it broke my heart. I had to deal with this myself with my daughter when she was just 1 week old on Christmas Day. We had to take her in, and we thought we were going to lose her. 15 minutes left before she took her last breath. Supposedly was going to take her last breath when they told us that was going to happen. The nurses prayed, held hands and prayed, said, I don't know if most of you pray, but I want to pray now. And when they opened their eyes, my daughter's vein showed up in her foot, and they were able to get a shot into the vein so they could keep her going. She had RSV. And this right here are the things that we need to come together on. Remembering our children, remember the parents, remember those that are asking for prayer each and every day.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you once again for how you continue to guide and direct our lives. Thank you for those that are out. We always pray and lift up those that are on the front lines. We know V Darkness Falls constantly puts out information for us to glean from. And at this moment, he's crying out for prayer for little Celias. And we just ask that you would comfort him. May he just sense the overwhelming love and affection from you, comfort and rest for his family. And may Celias come out of this with flying colors, and the miracle be just placed on him for healing at this very moment. We thank you for as you continue to help us, use us to speak to others, and constantly remind us of your care for us and your winning in the end. We thank you that we can come boldly before your throne, day in and day out, with our requests. We ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen and amen. Folks, thank you for tuning in once again. Thank you for your time. I hope you have a great weekend. Please hit that subscribe button if you would, and like button and share. We just can't thank you enough for your support. And we'll have the big announcement next week, I believe, for the cruise that's coming up. We sent the email out to our email subscribers already, and we're looking forward to that event and hope that it all comes together. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi with And We Know, signing out.
All right. And we know. Always great to listen to LT and the others. You know, we, you know, it's what I like, what I really like about him. He throws them links right out there, tells you, you know, at under this video are the links to everything that I'm showing you today, and you know, you can go and look for yourselves, you know, and that is vitally important. I need a nap, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and rest for a little bit. And I may end up doing something late night tonight, depending on who's on, if anybody's on. So I may end up doing something around maybe around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, somewhere around there. Maybe. I'm not going to guarantee it. But as more and more information comes out today, tonight, tomorrow, I'll be getting you guys updates according to to how it comes out and the importance of it, anyways. And we'll go from there. With that, God loves you, Jesus loves you, I love you. You guys have a great evening. Enjoy your weekend. If I don't see you before the end of the weekend, enjoy yourselves. Spend time with your families. Share the love. And peace. Love you. Bye.